I love it. That's the other one. Make sure you have some snacks and just binge watch. So you're looking at 27. Are you from?
Our keynote is on her way. She should be here in about 5 minutes. So if you want to grab a drink or put your trash away, this is the perfect time to do so.
This is on your committee. Okay. Not about that last minute, like, this in here. Somehow, that's why I really, because originally, oh Lord. Nice to meet you. I teach at Bowie State. I enjoyed your presentation. I had no idea that was you. So I'm gonna get on YouTube tonight and look at some of it. Oh. Okay. So I learned something today. Yes, I teach public relations courses. Yeah. I've been there as an adjunct for 4 years, and then this is my second year for because I worked in PR and then I just made the transition. Yep. So I'm enjoying it. Yes, we have 4 tracks: PR, emerging media, print, and broadcast. It's actually right up 50. Highway, Interstate 50. Right out. That's it. So that's all we have time for. But I do get to go home pretty often. Well, I'll go to my Louisiana, so I'll go Christmas. I like to spend my summer there. Baton Rouge. Really? Have you been to New Orleans? And look, you're like, yeah, of course. Okay. I mean, like you're old enough to live anywhere 30 years. Yep. Yep. I lived in my husband's former army. He lived in Fort Hood, so like central Texas. He lived there like 4 years. We would drive to Austin. That was like our getaway on the weekend. Okay, okay. Okay, nice. little towns, and you want to hurry up and get out those little towns. Confederate flags, all that stuff. So I'm like, you know what? Make sure that the tank is full. Just keep trucking until we see some more highway. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not that far. Mm-hmm. They're just. Well, no, I want to use back in the restaurant. Yeah. It's just like, oh my God. And that happened to us driving back one Christmas in Louisiana. I don't know why we decided to drive, but we did. We ended up stopping in South Carolina. And it was probably 10 that night. And I swear every truck had these big tires, big Confederate flags flying off the back of the car. I was just like praying like, oh my God, it just looks like, yeah. Made it out. It's just amazing how people transform stuff. So that you know. We know where we don't belong. I love living here. I love diversity, everything. I love that.
Just wanted to give a little update. Michelle Smith is on her way. She should be here in a few minutes. So if you could just hang on, be patient. We look forward to hearing from her. So it'll just be a few minutes. She'll get in. We'll give her a moment to take her breath, and then she'll be our keynote speaker. Thank you. She's going to be the speaker. You're not going to be here. You need a mic.
Let's see, I got a card. Oh, this is fine. It's fine. No, we need to turn it off.
I changed it. I was like,
I'm gonna introduce you. Well, hello everyone. I'm glad you were able to hang in with us after lunch. I'd like to take a moment to introduce our next speaker, our keynote speaker for this event, L. Michelle Smith from AT&T. L. Michelle Smith is a consumer insights expert who is helping one of the world's most respected Fortune 10 companies prepare for our nation's new reality. An unwired, digitally driven, multicultural, and global society. Michelle leads diversity and citizenship and sustainability corporate communications for AT's 9 segments which make up the fabric of our country. Women, veterans, LGBT, disability, 50 plus, millennials, as well as the 3 multicultural segments, African American, Hispanic, and Asian. Her insight-driven campaign heavy issues in life that endear consumers. Her teams bring home the most impressive awards, billions of impressions by the year. Each major initiative begins with a core insight, establishes an authoritative voice, then seeps into the hearts and minds of consumers. With campaigns like Inspired Mobility, Live Proud, and It Can Wait, her teams have taken segment programs, total market, and general market programs to the segments. She built a non-existent diversity communications practice in only a few years and continues to refine her approach to culturally nuanced communications. Her vision is to break down more silos while building a unique practice within AT&T's global marketing organization. She has more than 20 years experience as an integrated marketer and communicator at global agencies and her own boutique agency. She is also a speaker, writer, and proud mom. You can tweet her at LMichellePR. Michelle,
Thank you,
Smith.
Ingrid. Is also a name. Ingrid knows me from another life, that boutique agency that she spoke about. One of the industries that we covered was beauty. And so you probably know she's a former editor at Essence, and my team used to pitch her all the beauty products that came our way. So thanks again to Ingrid, and thanks to all the students, faculty, staff, and everyone else that's here for the social media conference. I look forward to an interactive discussion with you. I'm going to be talking to you, but I encourage you to talk back. So if you have a question throughout, or if you have a comment, let's just make this a little bit informal and allow that to happen. So when they contacted me at AT&T, the diversity recruiting team with Grant Reed back there, I have to acknowledge him, one of my colleagues in HR, they let me know that you wanted to have a conversation about how underserved populations and communities are getting access, obtaining access and information by leveraging social media. When I heard that topic, it really resonated with me because, as Ingrid mentioned, I deal with 9 different segments on behalf of AT&T, connecting with them in ways that are emotional and also culturally nuanced so that we can endear people to the brand and get them to change, switch, recommend AT&T services. I say that I have a really fortunate position because I'm not in hard sales. I don't have to sell you products. What I need to do is actually connect with you and make sure that you understand that we see you. We have a very, very strong diversity story to tell at AT&T. You'll be happy to know that almost 20% of our 280,000 employees are African American. 43% of our 280,000 employees are people of color. So it only makes good business sense to reach and reflect the communities that we serve. So, let me pull this up. We're going to talk a bit about disruption. This definition is from dictionary.com, and disruption is defined as a radical change in an industry, business, or something else, especially involving the introduction of a new product or service. And it creates a new market. It creates a new environment. I'd like to argue that disruption
It's one of the top reasons why underserved communities have gained access to services, and they're challenging stereotypes. There are 3 key technological advances that led to these open doors. You're familiar with all 3 of them. The internet, smartphones, on the fly, but all 3 of these had to come together for this incredible change. So how did it all happen? Let's go back to 1991. Sometime during the summer, several sources say that the World Wide Web went public. Now I'm assuming that we have some professors here, we have some faculty, some staff, we have some students. For the connected generation, you're the ones that are right behind the millennials. Some of this may seem foreign to you, so I'll say your parents may have. So just give me a little bit of leeway. But for staff and faculty, you may remember this time. I remember it very clearly, and I'm about to date myself. There are 3 things that you actually needed in order to get on the World Wide Web. And they expected us to roam freely and develop and consume on the internet, but there was a problem. You needed a computer. You needed a computer with enough memory to connect to the internet. And you also needed a dial-up modem. Who remembers the dial-up modem? Really, really slow, and it made some really strange sounds. Something like, doo, doo, right? I remember that sound. It was strange, it was new, but this was what you had to do to get on the internet. I was pretty lucky I had a dad that actually programmed first-generation computers. So that makes him a boomer, right? We couldn't afford a new computer, but as I was coming out of college, I said, Dad, I want to try this internet. He's like, well, your 386 won't get you online. I was like, well, what do I need to do? He says, you need a 486. Now, for those of you who are Gen X like me or boomers, you understand what the 486 was all about. That was a reference to the amount of memory you needed to have. RAM memory, you get into RAM and ROM, we won't get into bits, bytes, peaks, and pokes. But you needed this kind of memory in order to get on the internet. And I needed an upgrade. I need 100, more pieces of memory, that would access me to the internet. So my dad used to go to these things called First Saturdays, not to be confused with First Fridays, which was a big party. But First Saturday was like this flea market of computer parts and computer things that people could go and find these parts and build computers. So my dad actually bought these pieces and pieced together a 486 for me. But for folks that didn't have a dad who actually, used punch cards to program or knew how to build computers, there was this thing people called the digital divide. And the digital divide is what they called that lack of access. And it was particularly in rural areas or black and brown people to get on the internet. So I remember the first job, ironically, that I actually applied for on my 486 was to an agency called Fleischman Hillard. And Fleischman Hillard, I didn't know when I applied, was actually an agency of record for what was then Southwestern Bell. Who's heard of that? Okay, there's some hands, good. It would eventually become SBC, like within the 3 years that I was at Fleischman Hillard. While I was there, I was actually the North Texas media manager, so I controlled all of the media relations for Dallas and surrounding areas. And I was on the team that launched something called DSL. Who's heard of DSL? Digital Subscriber Lines. That was the very first high-speed broadband offering to consumers. But it was a premium product. So if you even got the money together to get the computer, at least 486, to get on, you had to buy this premium product, or you had to and wait. but most people didn't even have that. 1992 rolls around, and the first smartphone was introduced. Now that's debatable. It was introduced by IBM, and it was called the Simon. It was a Simon personal communicator. Now, I don't remember this thing. I don't remember the marketing, I don't remember anything about it, but it was a precursor to something called the Palm Pilot. You remember those? I had one of those. I thought it was the bomb. I actually got it through one of my agencies I was working for. We all needed a device. I had a stylus. Remember the stylus? Some of the smartphones today still have stylus. I think there's a Samsung device that has one. But you needed it. But at most, you might be able to check your email if you had connectivity. Otherwise, it helped you navigate a city and keep you on schedule. But you couldn't write your resume. These were the digital divide. You needed access to information. You needed access to job opportunities. You also needed access to make affordable purchases. These are what people were doing online during this time that actually had the opportunity to be there. And there was this group and groups of people who couldn't afford to do it. 2003, now that was a big jump there, between 1992 and 2003. Who remembers that little device in the corner? And what did we call these things? Two-way pagers. Who remembers hip hop and all of the videos? And if you were the hottest thing in hip hop, you had one of these things. And if you were in college during that time, or right out of college, you used it to get messages to one another. Well, this wasn't the LTE high-speed 4G networks that were able to stream all this digital video on. This was what they call packet data. And you still use it. You use it to send text messages, right? But you put in your little message and you wait a little bit and bing, your friend across town knew that it was time to go to the party or whatever it might be. This was the very first BlackBerry device. I know you've heard of those. BlackBerry was introduced in 2003, and you see the different iterations of BlackBerry. But the thing about BlackBerry was it was great for short messages, it was great for email, we could connect to one another, but you couldn't get on the internet very well. Fast forward 4 more years, and the first iPhone came to fruition. Steve Jobs at Apple came out with this thing that no one had really seen before. Kind of looked like a Palm Pilot, but it was in color. Not really a BlackBerry. It didn't have the little keypad, no more thumbs. But the one thing that you could do besides your picture, message. The problem with this thing, 500 at least. So do that. Who could do that? Something else happened in 2007. Twitter. Twitter was introduced, actually invented in 2006, but it was introduced at South by Southwest in Austin in 2007, and that's really where it became popular. First generation Twitterati is what they call these people. The first ones that were actually online, tweeting, whatever that was, 140 characters of what? I remember the first prompt that you got back when this happened was, what are you doing? So you were supposed to think of what you were doing and tweet it in 140 characters or less. Well, the brainiacs and the nerds and the blurs knew what it was about. So they were on there, the Guy Kawasaki's, the Alfred Edmond Jr.'s from Black Enterprise. They were on there sharing information, whatever it was. People thought it was frivolous, but you found a lot of communicators flocking to it because they knew this was the next big thing. Later on that summer, something was introduced called the hashtag, but we knew what this was. Our parents called it a pound sign. We called it a number sign, but suddenly it was called a hashtag, and people didn't get it. This guy's like, how do you feel about using a pound for groups, as in bar camps? Question. What? People didn't understand what it was, but the beauty of social media, and especially Twitter during this time, was that it was a platform that was created to share with the masses, to see what they would do with it. Even the creators couldn't really tell you what it was for. The masses actually created what Twitter would mean to people. Something else happened in 2007. Facebook opened to the public. Now, if you were in college before 2007, you knew all about Facebook. Who has seen the movie The Social Network? Who's read any books about Zuckerberg and how Facebook began? It started on college campuses. Started on Harvard first, then they took it to the Ivy Leagues, went to Stanford. Suddenly it went to all the campuses, and it was a way for college kids to stay connected and actually show and tout the relationships with pictures, with posts and updates, but it wasn't open to the public. Facebook and Twitter both opening to the public and giving access to WAP, wireless applications, wireless enabled applications on your smartphone, allowed you to actually have access to the internet. Facebook being a closed platform, at the time there were no privacies, so if you tweeted or you posted, it was going to your friends and your followers, but Twitter was open to the world. I don't know if there are many people here that remember that there was a showdown between Ashton Kutcher and the anchors at CNN. This ushered in a totally different time period for Twitter. Twitter used to be a place for the nerds, geeks, and blurs, right? That understood the platform, very tech-oriented. But suddenly, with Ashton Kutcher, who was a Twitter fanatic and a technophile himself, saying to Anderson Cooper, I will race you to 1 million followers. So it became this big thing. The first time that Twitter actually interacted with CNN. And this is a precursor to something coming down the pipe, right? Suddenly, Oprah tweeted. And what did that mean? Oprah, right.
The Oprah effect.
Oprah, the Oprah effect, right. She tweeted once, and, you know, that magic demographic, the women, you know, 25 to 54, showed up on social media. And everybody wanted to figure out what it was. They hadn't quite figured it out. But they were able to do this with their smartphones and access to the internet. So remember the three things: internet, smartphone, social media. By 2008, everything changed. And by everything, I mean that these Black and brown communities that couldn't afford to get a computer, that couldn't get the dial-up modem or the broadband to connect to the internet, suddenly had access. We have bridged the digital divide for these groups at this point. But there was one more thing. Sorry, I'm going backwards. There was one more thing. And this is an HTC Dream. What's special about it? Well, it kind of looks like a BlackBerry, kind of has some functionality like the iPhone, but what's special about it, in 2008, this was the very first Android device. Android changed everything. Does anyone know why?
Open source.
Yes, open source, but somebody said pricing. You can get an Android device for much cheaper than an iPhone. And if you look at the demographics between the two products, so of course, now more people are making more income, more people can afford things, but let's think, if you're the type of person who has to, catch a bus to go to school, or, you're in a certain tax bracket, but you want access to the internet and you can't afford a computer, what do? You get an Android device, right? So this happened at around 2008, and some other things started to happen too. We made our way through second generation networks, third generation networks, but there was like a 15-year lag between those two. So that's why there was such a big jump between 1992, when there were cell phones everywhere, flip phones, you name it, and these smartphones that really came to fruition between 2007 and 2008. Enter 3G networks. Everything changed. So now you not only have access, you have opportunity, but you have a voice. I like to say that mobile social media is the great equalizer. Let's think about it. Even if you don't have a lot of clout, if you say something that's compelling, you have enough followers who are activated and you can make news. It's happened before. Do you remember the debacle with Martha Stewart? She said something that probably wasn't smart. It's probably pretty racist. But something called Black Twitter. You know about Black Twitter? It's a little ratchet. It's a little funny. But Black Twitter has raised some very prominent issues using that hashtag. Remember, that was so foreign to us? By building the conversation and getting to the right influencers online, it became national news on CNN. The impact of social media movements have created a whirlwind of change for communities that historically struggled to find a seat at the table. Now, albeit it's a virtual table, it's a virtual seat, but it's very powerful. Suddenly, one voice can have global reach. Malcolm Gladwell, we know who he is, everyone. I love his books. David and Goliath, you've heard some of those. But he wasn't a believer, and a lot of people weren't. Just to be honest, as smart as he was, as smart as some other folks were, they weren't believers. And he pretty much said the revolution would not be tweeted. Yeah, he might regret that now, I don't know. But he wasn't the only one in his defense. The tipping point would actually come in 2008. Terrence Chappell from Ebony Magazine wrote this: social media is built around human experiences. Platforms such as Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and Periscope make those experiences positive or negative, public, scaling its shareability. In the 60s, if an activist wanted to get the word out, they used a switchboard, and I would argue they used the church. Today's activists tweet, vine, stream, or post. Social activism in the digital age is diffusive, but still mobilized. Now, what Mr. Gladwell thought was that Twitter was loose relationships. This was, you're tweeting out there with people you might not even know. And in the beginning, you really didn't know who you were tweeting to. So he felt that that was too diffused, the connections weren't strong enough, so it couldn't really make any change. Facebook, he described as just a way to organize your contacts with family and friends. Couldn't be anything more. But how do we know Philando Castile's name? Facebook Live. And that's the irony of it. Those three things that we named, the internet, smartphone, and social media, were right there in the car when that happened. And unfortunately, right in the middle of so many of these incidences. Another smart person said, the power of organizing without organizations, that's social media. That's the power of social media. And we've seen that come to fruition. Think of all the hashtags that have come and gone. Unfortunately, many of them attached to lives. And here comes the Black Lives Matter movement. Few people realize that the Trayvon Martin situation was one of the incidences that actually catapulted Black Lives Matter as a hashtag and a movement into the forefront. And it did take influencers that were on the social networks and also on the networks to draw attention to these conversations that were happening. Roland Martin was actually very instrumental in making sure that this conversation made it to CNN. But as you can see, that hashtag that was so foreign to everyone, Twitter that was so foreign to everyone, and Twitter as a platform that is pretty much made for mobile, like Instagram, is the primary way that African Americans reach it, has done some real good in bringing awareness to certain very serious issues. But African Americans really aren't the only group that have grasped hold to this disruption. Let's look at some stats. 39% of American adults say, and this is Pew Research, they took part in some sort of political activity in the context of social networking over the past year. 67% of 18 to 24-year-olds, those are college age and just out of college, that's some of you, said that they engaged in some sort of social or political engagement that was spurred by social media in the last year. And then there's another 18%, and you know, once you get to 20%, you have to recognize the number. Nearly 20% say they actually decided to take action based on something they saw on social media. So we've got the American community and some of the things that have come to fruition. But what that African Americans over-index on Twitter is part of the reason why Black Twitter even is. For some reason, African Americans gravitate to this platform. There's plenty written on it. Please Google it. But Hispanics over-index on Facebook and Instagram. One of the reasons why they over-index on Facebook is because it was one of the first social media platforms that would actually allow you to translate into Spanish. So they had global reach. They could stay in touch with their folks around the world or around the corner. They're still very much on Facebook and dominated there. African Americans and Hispanics and Asians love Instagram. But if you want to find a community that has taken over social media more than anyone, Asian Americans, and they own YouTube. There's a reason for that too. So let's look into it. All of them are involved in, there's fun, there's sharing, there's connectivity to your family and friends, but there's also activism, politics, and banishing stereotypes. We'll talk about the Asian community. Politics is up front when you think of the Hispanic community. 2013, there was something called the I March that happened, and it was all about immigration reform. And during that time, you had thousands upon thousands of Latinos that converged on Washington. And ultimately, they were trying to get politicians to put this on their agenda. One way that they did that was they created a hashtag. It's called Latism. And you may know that that's a conference now, but this is where it all started. The hashtag is Latinos in social media, okay? They use that hashtag more than 1 million times in a week, which back then, that would more than trend you, okay? And they and bombarded several politicians, including some that we know, and they reached more than 10 million people with their conversation. The iMarch scenario yielded a whole vibrant community of Latino activists on social media, on Facebook as well as Twitter. Today, 72% of internet users are Latino, and I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Today, 72% of Latinos, internet users say that they are on social media sites compared to 58% of all US internet users, and that's according to Pew. Do you know this guy? Psy. Gangnam Style, right? Where did that come from? Well, it came from YouTube. You may not know this, but if you ask any digitally connected Asian youth, they will let you know that YouTube and other social networks have provided an outlet of creativity for young Asians that have been shut out of Hollywood, the music industry, and other industries where they've been typecast. Anyone heard of the model minority? There have been plenty of articles written, New York Times has covered, LA Times has covered, where they play a box. Like many people of color, it happens to be the mom, or either an actor or a lawyer or an engineer. And you were really, really hard, but they really wanted to show that there's more to being an Asian American. And so social media has been a creative expression and a way to build an audience that's not just here in the United States, but global. So you have Korean American and Korean acts like K-pop, you've heard of that trend, that are just worldwide smashes. And this is the way Gangnam Style got popular on YouTube and it became viral. There's some other things that happened. Beauty blogging is also pretty big, not just in African American. I know you natural hair sisters out there, it's where you get all your tips. But Asian beauty bloggers have really broken down boundaries, and I have a couple of them here. Michelle Phan and Tony Ko, both of them have taken their blogs to the bank. Tony Ko actually started a blog and ended up with a cosmetics brand called NYX that she just sold to L'Oreal for $500 million. Yeah, that's great. Wow. So again, we're talking about access, right? Michelle Phan, her blog is worth some $500 million. How does this happen? You have to ask yourself, would they have gotten the beauty or modeling contracts? Would they have gotten the opportunities as makeup artists? Would they have gotten any of these things and parlayed their businesses into multi-million-dollar empires if it hadn't been for this disruption? Internet, smartphone, social media. There's a hashtag called #WhiteWashOut, and there was a young woman, and I'm going to find her name here in a second. Ellen O, that's her name. She started this hashtag, and it was in response to the stereotype. And what they've been seeing is, and you've probably seen some conversation about it, where there were roles that were Asian characters that were actually substituted for a Caucasian character. So not only were they pigeonholed, it felt like they were being pigeonholed in music and movies, stereotypical, but now the 1 or 2 or 3 roles that are out there are given to people who are not even Asian American. So we started this conversation with this hashtag, and it was shared over and over and over again, and actually made national news as well. This happened in the last year. And we can't forget the LGBT community. Social media has been core to moving their agenda forward. Many people remember when they actually changed their logo on Facebook to the red equal sign, and it caught on, and many people actually, in support with their allies or part of the community, changed their Facebook profile to that logo. This was all a part of trying to push the agenda to get marriage equality through the Supreme Court. The Human Rights Campaign was actually behind it, and they actually used these hashtags. Love wins, love is love. Many of you have had people in your networks use those hashtags. Many of you have used those hashtags. And ultimately, we're talking about bringing awareness to a topic, starting a conversation that actually results in change. And as you know, in 2015, what happened? Marriage equality. Now, I'm not saying a hashtag did it all by itself, but it built the groundswell that actually got people invigorated to write their politicians, to protest, to do whatever they needed to do to get the government to move the needle. So where does that leave us? All of this change has happened. What's next? I believe that this change will continue with the introduction of the Internet of Things and how we are in an incredible era right now where technology is changing by the day. Social media platforms, who can keep up with them? They're Snapchatting, and now they're what people say jokingly, Snapgramming on Instagram. They're periscoping. They're things that we don't even know. Using Kakao. You have Hispanics and global messaging platforms. I can't put thousands upon media platforms that are growing by the day. We're in it right now, where being a super user is really beneficial. If you know how to wield a hashtag, if you know how to build the influence in your network, you can be heard. But there's going to become a time where that's not enough. Being a super user will not be enough. We need to make sure that the doors are open so that we can get the access, have the voice, and continue to break down stereotypes. But I submit that we're going to have to change the paradigm. And that means that we're going to have to learn how to develop, code, and control these technologies. It's not enough to be a super user. Another story to tell you, when I was 12 years old, I mentioned my dad before, he taught me how to code. We didn't call it coding back then, we called it computer programming. And he taught me BASIC when I was 12. For some reason, I decided that I needed to continue to do that, and when I was in college, I learned Pascal. I didn't know that these were going to be precursors or anything that would lead me to anything that would make any sense to me in my career, but by the time I made it to Fleischmann-Hillard, I saw that they had developed a language called HTML. And I looked at it, nobody taught me HTML, but if I went into my browser and said show code, I could look at it and understand it. I could build websites. I could do whatever I wanted to do. And that's why it's important for companies like mine that support Girls Who Code or Black Girls Code and other organizations like it, so that they are not afraid of technology, science, and engineering, because those are the careers and those are the skills that you need to have control of what's coming next. What we don't want to have is these technologies controlled by a few. We're talking about access, opportunity, and change. We want to not just be super users, but we want to be the disruptor. That means that you want to be the one who ushers in the radical change that creates a new market and a new situation. Question is, what will you do to get ready? And with that, I will open the floor for questions, discussion, or conversation.
Was doing some research around the digital divide, and I'm still doing some research in that area. And one of the reports from the American Press Institute is saying that the new digital divide is more around content than technology. And I was wondering if that's something that you've looked at and thought about, or.
Well, absolutely. Now that it's so cluttered, you have to keep people's attention. And the type of content that you're putting out there really makes a difference. Digital video is at the top of the heap. And the shorter you can make it, the more emotionally driven you can make it, the more you can keep people's attention, or at least get the message across before it dissipates. We are in a time frame where people's attention span goes like this. And even with the team at AT&T and our social media teams, they're looking at ways over and over again to refine the content in a way that gets the message across. Another thing that they're doing with digital video is, have you noticed on your news feeds, you'll see the video and it doesn't play automatically. They stop that because that's disruptive. It's silenced. You actually have to click on it to actually make it do things, but they're embedding words. So even if you don't click to listen, you know what the video's about. So yes, content is king, because if you don't have the content, you can't gather the community around your content and move them to action. So video is important. Hispanics consume more digital video than any of the groups that I've discussed right now, but they're followed closely by African Americans, Asians, and others. Podcasting, really big thing, because people are multitasking. They don't always want to look at a video. They want to listen and do something else too. So how you package your content, and actually the content of the content, very, very important. Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure. Yes, sir.
I was in another presentation quite a while ago, and I forgot the exact name of this program. Kindergartners how to code. And, you know, you have just reminded me and us of the importance of having those skills going forward.
Right.
And we won't necessarily see a digital divide as much as we'll see an access to those skills divide.
Yes.
If we don't make those skills taught equally and equitably, among all of the children.
Absolutely.
So, that's my concern. Can you tell me how I can get to this Black Girls Code?
I would Google it. Yeah, I'm sure they have a website. In fact, who watched Empire last night? They actually, yeah, well, don't be embarrassed. They were actually, Girls Who Code was actually on Empire last night, which I was like, wow. Not only did they talk about Black Lives Matter, it was embedded in the script, but they showed some girls who were coding. I would say just Google it, because off the top of my head, I don't want to just say blackgirlscode.org and be wrong. So just Google it, and they do have a web presence.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it was really, I appreciate that you included the history
Good.
of it, and also looking at different marginalized groups and how they use social media. And had a couple of questions. One of them was, how does media ownership play into this topic? And some scholars argue about the exploitation of social media and how Facebook, Google, all these different sites, their users are putting their information on there, but they're being exploited to a certain extent. So how could those, or how do you feel those mediums could be used to kind of counteract negative narratives and things like that in a manner, or in a way that uses that exploitation, as some people say, for their own use?
Okay. There are a couple questions there. I'm going to start with the one about media ownership, and it's interesting you would mention that, because the keynote panel I sat on at Blogging While Brown dealt with this very issue, and there was another New York Times article that dealt with this, and it was right about the time that Ebony magazine was sold in Austin. A lot of people were concerned because it gets sold. Organizations are no longer owned by Black people. Now, caveat here, Ebony's still owned by Black people. They're just in Austin, and it's not the Johnsons. But it was concerning, and it raised the question, if these voices, these traditional voices, are changing ownership hands, would that impact the voices that are there? And the conversation went into how some of these, and I'm not going to name any in particular, were late to the party when it came to digital media, where they actually were resisting and they were still printing when you had the onset of digital outlets that were delivering some of the same type of content, but also targeted for the audience that was online. So you had more millennials, heading online to get their information, and they weren't picking up a printed copy of that magazine that was so popular. And so there was some time in there where they were struggling to catch up, which is part of the reason why we saw so many of them get sold or closed down. That being said, into the blogger. And many of the African American bloggers are the ones who are actually the engine behind Black Twitter and some of these other very, very popular hashtags and conversations that happen. And I think she'd be okay with me using her name. Who knows Lovey?
Oh, I love Lovey. Awesomely Lovey.
Yes, Awesomely Lovey. Lovey is now a New York Times bestseller. She owns her own thing. Now, all of the bloggers don't have the same kind of platform that Lovey has. Lovey has nurtured it, and it has become more. But there are more bloggers out there of African American descent than there are media companies that are traditionally owned by these conglomerates or these families. And the argument is that these bloggers are kind of the new voice. And you'll see that many of these publications are joining up with the bloggers. Huffington Post is one of the best ways for a blogger to kind of get on the map, because they recruit bloggers as writers for the Huffington Post. So you could actually have your byline in HuffPo Black Voices, and that can raise your profile. The problem becomes when bloggers are using social media as the trailer to the movie, if you will, to drive people to their content. When platforms like Facebook and Twitter are making it harder and harder to get organic eyes on your content. You have to pay. So it's incumbent upon these bloggers to get a business model in their brain to actually approach their blog like a business, so they can raise the capital to get the ads, to boost their posts, to get some visibility for what they're trying to do. AT&T is actually one of the largest advertisers on Facebook. But you know what that means? It takes money. We tell our business units when they have information that they want to get out to the masses that it makes sense. In fact, it makes no sense not to spend the money to put behind the post, because the level and amount of eyes that will see your organic posts is plummeting by the day. And that's the model that is on the table right now. So that's the first part of your question. Ownership is important. Ownership will help you to raise the capital to get your voice heard, but you need to be ahead of this digital curve to understand what's coming next and understand how the business is changing. Now, this part about exploitation, it's a real thing. Let me just say. And I think it's incumbent upon writers, digital writers, bloggers, social media influencers to read up on it and to use the street sense that God has given you when it comes to these big conglomerates that come your way and ask for your content. You're only worth what you tell them you're worth, and you need to stick to that. So, yes, I won't name a platform, but there is a platform out there where this is an ongoing conversation where you have very, very popular web influencers who really aren't getting paid that much. And it can be seen as exploitation, Many of them see it as, oh, this is my way up. If I can get the visibility, then yeah, you know, I can take advantage of what's out there. But there's a fine line between the two, and it really is an independent decision that you need to make. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Your presentation was great. I enjoyed the
Good.
journey down.
Thank you.
Two questions for you. Number one, you just spoke on something very, very important. Consequences of using social media and, you know, and user responsibility.
Yes.
We see the flourishing aspects of social media and how it has changed the conversation regarding a plethora of topics. However, when we're looking at the job market, when we're looking at professional endeavors, unfortunately, social media has become that, you know, the bird in the tree, you know, the little elephant in the room that nobody doesn't talk about, but the posts, the statements, the videos that you make as an individual, does that impact your first impression upon an employer?
Your reputation.
Absolutely. And there's a risk to be involved. So saying that you could take this about user responsibility.
Oh, absolutely. I will take it from the perspective of professional development and career aspirations. This conversation we had at the Black Enterprise Women of Power earlier it was last year we had this conversation. And the question was around personal brand. And you've seen the articles on LinkedIn, you've seen it in Business Insider, where, you know, there's pretty much this admonition of young people trying to enter the job market to watch what they post. Because one of the first things that recruiters do these days is Google. So one of my platforms has always been to monitor your digital footprint and understand that this is your reputation. If there's something out there that shouldn't be, see about not having it up there, because that's the way people will shape their perception of you, and they will make decisions based on what is out there. The conversation that we had went into how to manage your platforms in a way that would be beneficial to you and advantageous to someone who may want to recruit you or hire you in a position. And so I'll give you my personal social strategy, okay? I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is all business. I will not connect with you unless I know you. I will not introduce you to someone unless I know your work. So one of the things that I admonish people who are like, I want to connect with you on LinkedIn is it's most important that I know you and know your work and have a positive understanding of who you are, because the power of LinkedIn is getting your network to engage and activate for you. So if I don't know you and you see my network that there is an editor there that you'd like to meet or a CEO, and you send me an introduction request, and I look at it and I'm like, wow, I really don't know their work, I have to decline. So I'd rather not even put myself in that situation. That's LinkedIn. LinkedIn is not Facebook. Facebook is a closed, we talked about this, it's a closed platform. Thankfully now they have privacy. But I like to say, if you won't say it to your mother, please don't post it on Facebook, because what do you do with the devices? Screen grab.
Yes.
Screen grab, and they live forever. So be sure that if your mother can't read it, if your employer can't read it, don't post it. It's just a good rule of thumb. But Facebook is kind of the, what do we call it, the family reunion? It's the family reunion, right? Your friends gather and your family. There is a way to kind of mix the two. I get requests from people who have met me on the speaking circuit that want to friend me on Facebook. Okay, rule number one, I don't know you. I know you to become a Facebook friend. So my public Facebook posts that actually are triggered to go to Twitter and are mostly about business come through to you, and I haven't alienated you. Twitter, for me, is business. Now, when I say that, it's really about thought leadership and sharing items that I believe my people expect to hear from me. When I ran my agency, there was a lot there about communications. There was a lot there about beauty. There was a lot there about natural hair. There was a lot there about social media, because it really did level the playing field between my little bitty agency and the big old agencies, because they had to figure out the platforms just like we did. Now, you see me talking a lot about AT&T. You see me talking about the issues that actually impact the communities that I support. So, and throughout, you might see a little personal anecdote, just to kind of give myself a little bit of humanity. But overall, that's the way I treat it. And I encourage other people to take a really serious look about how you leverage these platforms, because this is your digital profile. It doesn't go away.
I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the political economy, or the implications of data plans for people, because I know, having a smartphone, if you can come up with $200 or $300 to buy one,
Right?
you may not be able to come up with $100 a month to pay for a limited data plan.
Yes.
And so, the democratizing power of all this connectivity was sort of throttled by not being able to just have unfettered access to the internet. So
Right.
how that sort of plays into what you're talking
Well, it's called competition. And I don't know if you've noticed that the carriers have made this a pretty big issue between the 3 or 4 of them. The good news is that AT&T isn't just a carrier. So the things that we're doing, where we're going to introduce the DTV platform, that's going to allow you to actually stream content like you would Netflix on any of your devices and not charge you data. So that's one thing. The carriers are thinking about this. The providers are actually thinking about this. One of our competitors, I won't name them, has done a pretty good job in showing how they can take those rates away and actually attract different segments based on it. So it's a very real thing.
Is there any other than Nielsen, are there any other agencies or companies who provide metrics on social media that AT&T trusts or that you trust? And then I guess the follow-up to that is, are you confident that Nielsen is necessarily directly counting people of color in social media? And then the corollary of that is there an opening maybe for another company, not necessarily saying a competitor of Nielsen, but initial competitor of Nielsen, who Nielsen could buy if they
Okay, we'll start with the first question. There were like 3 or 4 in there. Nielsen is one of the ones that we use for social media data. For trends, the platforms, I quoted Pew throughout this, Pew Research Center. Pew is a really good place to go. I'm in the global marketing organization, but I sit in CorpCom, so we rely on our marketing counterparts to bring us the actual data that we use to make our decisions. So I can get back with Ingrid and get some of those names for you, but on the topic of Nielsen, personally, I can tell you they are making a concerted effort to get to these communities. And the senior vice president that's over that research division is a sister. Her name is Cheryl Pearson McNeil. I'll call her name because she used to be a client of mine, and one of my current agencies supports her. And just about every year there is a report on African Americans, there's a report on Asian Americans, there's a report on Hispanics, there's a report on the LGBT consumer. And these are free for you to access online. And they literally go out and poll these communities, and they benchmark against the general market. So it's not the only game in town, that's for sure, but it is the most reputable. And we stand by it. We use it a lot. Is there room for more? Probably. I'm not completely deep into it enough to know what the white space is, but I would encourage research before you delve in, or encourage someone else to, because Nielsen really is the market killer. Sir?
With the increasing rates of African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans getting into social media, as you clearly outlined, what do you think is the future of traditional media? By traditional media, I mean radio, newspaper, television. can we start harming their abilities and preparing a grave for them? What do you really think in the next 15 to 20 years?
Well, I'm not a futurist, but I can look at the past and see what the trends have been. So back when 1950-ish, something like that, when the television came along, there was a lot of conversation about the radio is dead, no more radio. TV is going to kill it. Everybody's going to turn to TV, and there's not going to be any radio anymore. And guess what? Radio's still here. Now, it's adopted. It's changed a lot. Many people listen to radio over the internet. A lot of people do. Podcasts have, started on radio newscasts and actually developed their own little streaming stations, if you will. And the reverse is true too. If you listen to NPR, many of the podcasts are actually featured on NPR. I'll give you another situation. The newspaper. When the internet came to be, and some people started getting their information from the internet, they said newspapers are going to die. Now, I want to give you a caveat. There are a lot of people out there that have lost a lot of jobs because of the dawning of the internet. I submit that it's because they were slow to adopt, okay? I really believe that if more of the newspapers had gotten ahead of the trend and actually put their content online and not made you subscribe, because I think in the beginning that's really how it happened, people were blocked from getting to it because they had to pay, or it was just too many clicks or something. So we saw a lull in newspapers while the internet blossomed. But guess what? Newspapers are still there. Let's go all the way back. People thought books were going to go away, right? And even with your Nooks and your tablets and your Kindle Fires and your iPads and all of this, you still have Barnes and Nobles, you still have libraries. I do believe that these traditional platforms need to be open to adoption. Otherwise, you get Netflixed. And you know what I mean by that? It's what happened to Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Right. And that whole industry, from the VCRs, the tapes, to the DVDs, to the TiVos and the DVRs, to the Netflix, someone did not have the, they saw it coming and they resisted, and it killed the whole industry. Which is pretty much what my call to action with you guys was, to become the disruptor and learn these mediums, understand what's coming down the pike, and have some degree of control over it.
Another area of research that I was wondering if AT&T is, or other companies, is that as a way to revenue stream, also another service that can be provided that people might want to pay for, or maybe just a way to take the content that you're producing and using it as a way for people to pay for things, services.
So are you talking about Bitcoin or type services or wallets? Mobile wallets.
Digital wallets.
And I'm looking around because I was going to grab my device, but I actually use Apple Pay. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody is familiar with what this is. If you have a Google Wallet, you can do it too. So instead of going into your purse, your pocket to get your card, you actually wave your device over some little scanner and boop, you pay for it. Of course, our data services enable this at AT&T, and I do know that we are looking at the whole gamut of services that are out there and apps to see if there are ways that we might be able to engage in advertising to reach customers. But I'm unaware of, AT&T getting into that line of business, because ultimately what we're talking about is an app that actually enables things on the device, the actual OEM, which is, we just provide the network that makes it happen. But it's not to say that you might not see us somewhere down the line in that business. There was that we had bought, and this is before ISIS, but it was called ISIS. and it allows you to do that, but we divested from that business some time ago. So.
Well, I guess we're getting to, any more questions, because we're getting to the end. I think we do have another break, so if you have more questions, we have more time. And then after that, we're going to move on to the next sessions. Anybody else have any more questions? Thank you.
Yes, that's exactly it. Do you remember the name Heather Woodard?
Yeah.
Yes, or Jermaine Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my employees.
Okay.
It-
Okay, so we have a break until, let's see, what our schedule says, I think 1:40, 1:45, and then we're gonna start our next panel sessions. And again, I'd like to thank Michelle Smith for coming to be our keynote speaker. I think she brought a lot of insights, and we're so glad you made it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I have classes. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, these are awesome. Where did you get them from? No, yeah, I've heard of them. The only thing that shapes for me is what you put in there. I think you know that shapes it. Yeah. I got you on Twitter, so thank you. I gave you kind of barter at me, but I don't know why, so we want to share some chocolate.
I could just catch a plane and go back.
Yes, you should come.
I didn't finish this out. But
I'll send you
I
the
would say most of the
if you
self-storage were up 40 PM.
Yeah. When did it stop doing the dollar?
Wednesday.
Oh, that's really neat though. So yeah, once you start thinking of it,
Yeah, totally. I love it. Thank you. And I added you as now.
oh yeah, I know.
Are you on the Academia?
No, I'm not. But I'm on like my two LinkedIn.
No.
Okay, here we go.
All right, thank you so very much. Hawaii is a great state. Thank you so very much. All right, can I announce the next panel? I just want to indicate that our panelists from Lincoln University, we made a typographical error. They are not listed on the program, but online they are present. So we may have to get some of our money back from the printer for not listing them. So they are all sitting here. And also Ingrid, my colleague Ingrid and Kendrick are also coming up to this panel. This panel is named Social Media Journalism and Education. So I'll just leave it to them whenever they're ready. We'll start according to the order. Start with and then Frederick. Right, let me just for him.
Just FYI, you are being live streamed, so the stream is still on.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Want to make sure that everybody's still awake. My name is Tutaleni Asino, and I am from Oklahoma State University. And I'm hoping that you will join us in a conversation that we've been having around the use of social media in education. Okay. Able to join us today, but we have both been working on trying to make sense of professional development in emerging spaces such as Facebook, Twitter, and so forth. So, for some time now, there has always been this back and forth debate about how do you prove what you know, the accountability for knowledge, skills, and the different abilities. And we can see through that image from, if we go as far back as the Stone Ages, or rather using stone tools, throughout that progression, we have been able to have much more ease at explaining and demonstrating what we can do when what we're producing is physical. In this day and age, when something is from an ICT phenomenon, an ICT tool, where knowledge is the currency, it becomes a lot more difficult to actually demonstrate and prove what you know when that thing is not really tangible. In emerging learning spaces, we know that social media provides us an opportunities to be able to develop networks all around globally. And those interactions, they tend to be recorded. And in so doing, we are now presented with a few questions, some underlying questions that we have to answer as a result. So when you say you know something, how do you know it? So how do I prove that I know what I know? And how do I demonstrate that I know it? And how do I actually receive credit for saying that I know that thing? Social media allows us an opportunity to develop our own personal, professional network where we can actually go our own form of development. But how do we now prove that we have attained that development, and how do we receive credit, especially in education, for gaining that professional development? Present next is a case study that sort of helps us situate the conversation around professional development. So we've been involved in professional development online, following particularly a lot of different Twitter chats. Does everybody here know what a Twitter chat is? Right. Anybody participated in a Twitter chat? Okay. So for those of you who may not know what a Twitter chat is, a Twitter chat is basically an online conversation that happens on primarily on a social platform like Twitter. So you generate a hashtag that everybody else who tweets around that topic uses that hashtag, right? And you have an answer format. Ookla Ed Chat, which is a Twitter chat for teachers, primarily K through 12, but it's filled with a lot of educators, even at the university level. And it happens every night at 9 o'clock on a Sunday, rather every Sunday at 9 o'clock. So we were trying to understand, okay, what is happening in this space, because the Ookla Ed Chat is probably one of the, they say it's the largest Twitter chat in the country. We don't really have specific numbers to be able to support that, and haven't compared, we haven't seen many studies that are comparing that, but it's a very, very big Twitter chat, and it's usually started because there was a significant teacher shortages in Oklahoma, and a lot of teachers were being paid very little, so as a result, many of them were going to neighboring states like Texas where they can get more funding. So the teachers wanted a space to be able to have this conversation around all these issues, but now it has developed into everything from how do you teach math, how do you integrate technology into social studies and things of that nature. So it's a really active community. And we wanted to understand what's happening there in that community and whether or not participants see it as a professional development. So our research questions were those two. How is social media changing the practice of teacher professional development? And is Twitter as a platform serving as an alternative space for teacher professional development? So to collect our data, we use this research methods. We basically set up 3 Twitter chats where the topic for that Twitter chat, for those Twitter chats were on professional development, and we teamed up between Oklahoma and Wyoming and brought teachers in those conversations. Then after the Twitter chat, we sent out a survey to ask for feedback, and then we also had interviews with the moderators for those Twitter chats. Between the data from our 3 Twitter chats, we had 1,077 tweets sent out for that 1 hour. We have about 900, almost 900 for the second Twitter session, and about 600 for the third session. So we asked the teachers, why do you participate in Twitter chats? And these are some of the response that we receive. I always say that Twitter, the support I get from it has kept me in education. So there's this idea that the teachers are feeling less isolated in certain communities where they're able to engage together in this form. I joined Twitter to spy on my kids, and then I discovered Ookla Ed. So some of the people joined by accident, as a result they ended up finding something else. So while some people were on the extreme saying, well, we're not sure if this is professional development or no, this cannot be, some were very adamant about it. It's like, well, yeah, of course this is professional development. I'm able to share with my colleagues what's happening in our practice. So, when I just go through those in the interest of time. Where do you go? So we wanted to also sort of compare this between what is traditional professional development versus the new form of professional development that is now happening as a result of Twitter. So there was this two categorization of official versus unofficial professional development. The officials, of course, many of us have been through those where you drive for workshops, district trainings and so forth, and then the unofficial where you have conversations with other educators, both in personal, face-to-face, and also on Twitter. And Twitter seems to be occupying this space now with Twitter chats where you have informal conversations, but also sort of official confirmation, professional development where you have department heads, superintendent, and other people who are in their professional capacity actually leading these Twitter chats. So can social media be used as a professional development? Majority of the people definitely agree that it can be. And I like that last bullet there where someone says, well, I can actually, it's quick and meaningful, and sometimes I can get more out of a tweet than a 30-minute keynote, right? So there's, a lot of people are really finding these much more instrumental than traditional. So our data, sort of to sum it up, why do people participate in Twitter chat, especially from this case of Ookla Ed? Building their PLN, which is a professional learning network, to be able to discuss current issues that are happening in their states. And there's also, one of the things that makes Ookla Ed Chat very unique is that every third Thursday of the month, every third Sunday of the month rather, they actually have a Twitter chat that is focused on the legislations in the state that are influencing their practice. Okay. So now that we know that people are having these chats around professional development, the issue that happens next is really how do you give them credit? Should they get credit as a result of participating in these Twitter chats? Somebody likened this to a water cooler conversation. Should we now start giving professional credit for anyone who you talk to in the hallway saying, well, that was professional development? Right. So what we learned from this case of in Oklahoma is that professionals are using social media for professional development, whether it is recognized by the power structure or not. It is happening. We can't ignore that. So the follow-up question for that, which is one of the things that we're hoping to have in this conversation, is how do we account for that? How do we develop a framework that enables us then to be able to give credit, and perhaps to district supervisors and supervisors, whether it's out of school and the corporate world, how can they now then give credit for that? What is the framework that we can develop that will enable us to do that? So, again, what we learned from Ookla Ed is that professionals are using social media, but professional media through professional development through social media is underutilized, it's under-recognized, because historically, learning that is value is that which is regulated, organized, circularized, and verified. That is really what, in a lot of ways, Twitter is not. So let us consider then a concept of professional development hours that teachers have to do. Teachers have to go to a session, they have to fill out the paperwork, be able to verify and produce proof that they have completed these hours. In the age of social media, that's not necessarily easy to do and accomplish. So one of the things that we looked at is this concept of social translucent as perhaps a framework to be able to frame these ideas of professional development using social media. So this is a framework that was developed by Erickson and Kellogg and used in computer-mediated communications around the idea of making sense of the different technologies that support social life. It's primarily used in designing systems so that they can function in such a way that they support social communication. And social translucents make social information visible by enabling participants to be both aware, accountable for their knowledge, for their actions, knowledge, and of that awareness. Right? The values of socially translucent systems are informed first by the concept of transparency, in that people are aware of the existence and nature of that constraint. And that awareness means that the participants are able to anticipate the ways in which constraint structure group interaction and adjust their own actions accordingly. So again, this concept of social solution is this idea of making what you're participating in visible and translucent to other people, so that they can actually be able to say, yes, we have seen that we actually have accumulated these type of professional development by virtue of participating in this space, right? So again, make a sense of who someone is and how far they have come is a challenge, whether you're talking about formal or informal learning, right? Social translucent systems are really based on three things, which we thought that would be crucial in explaining professional development through social media. This idea of visibility, awareness, and accountability. And those have traditionally been the underpinning of proving that you have acquired professional development, right? So to further our understanding of professional development that takes place on social media, the relationship between the individual and their learning needs to be more intimately described. And what we're trying to say by that is that in a traditional professional development, you're really detached from, I guess for lack of a better word, your own individuality, right? You are this person who comes in and does the workshop and you're gone. In a social media environment, that is not really so easy to distinguish anymore. Now, if I get on your Twitter account or Facebook, I can actually calculate the connections between you and everybody else that is connected to you. I can actually say you know this and that based on the nodes that I'm able to evaluate from the people who are connected to you. So, just some quick closing thoughts. In our paper, we are really trying to argue for an ontology and a metric for gauging the depth of people who are engaged in social media as a way of validating their professional development. We're basically making an argument that a metadata strategy is necessary for allowing people to demonstrate their activity. By being able to connect these different nodes and these different connections in the different platforms, we can actually create a profile that says what this person knows. So the question really in closing here is that the question is not whether social media can be or cannot be a space for professional development. The question is not whether or not we agree that it should or it should not be. The fact of the matter is happening. That's a moot point, right? So regardless of whether it is recognized, the fact is that educators are engaging in these places. They are learning a lot from each other. They are sharing a lot with each other. The challenge now, especially for those of us who are in university levels and doing research, is to find a framework that can now enable teachers, supervisors in the corporate world, district people to be able to say, okay, how do now we evaluate this thing that you say you know? How can we now confirm that you actually do know what you say you know? Thank you very much, and
Good afternoon. I am Jamila Cupid from Lincoln University. This is my colleague.
Good afternoon. I'm Takali Curry, also from Lincoln University.
So, title, I'll take that to go, mobile devices and applications in higher education courses. It's a little self-explanatory, but we will dig in a little bit. Just so that you know, this is a paper that we wrote together in order to, do some background research on a topic that we want to study. And so we're looking to conduct research on using mobile technology in college classrooms in particular, or college education spaces, right? So online classrooms and face-to-face classrooms and everything. And so we use this paper to explore the use of mobile technology in higher education classrooms, identify best practices to strengthen college courses around the world, examine pedagogy such as flipping classrooms and online education, and to discuss recommendations for practical application of mobile technology in higher learning. So to begin with, we look at some of the classroom usage that we see occurring today. And so of course with college students, they keep their devices in their hands. They are like extensions. And so everyone talks about millennials and everyone talks about how it's extensions of them, but admittedly, it's extensions pretty much of more and more of us, right, through different generations. And even in class, I see professors, including myself, who have their phone very close by, just in case of, right?
Thank you.
A call. Right. So we don't like to admit it, and we get on our students, but the truth is we're all there in that space. And so instead of kind of resisting it, we want to embrace as best as we could. So when we look at this, we see that students, for the purpose of classes, although they are also on their Twitter or Snapchat, they are also using it to take notes, to take photographs of visual aids that we might provide, record information, complete assignments, study, conduct research, and communicate with their professors as well as other students. In 2015, McGraw-Hill Education and Hanover Research reported that 81% of college students use mobile devices to study, and 85% saw an improvement in their grades due to the use of adaptive learning technologies. An increasing amount of instructors are also using mobile devices in a traditional classroom setting for students to take notes, and also in online education where it's organic and it makes sense to use that. And then more instructors are also incorporating mobile devices into in-class activities specifically that stimulate learners' minds. However, we also see some resistance still, maybe a lot of resistance still to using mobile technology in classrooms. So the most obvious is when a student has their phone in their hand or some kind of device in their hand and the professor says, hey, put it away, or I'm going to deduct points, or don't ask me a question later because clearly you're not paying attention, right? And so we know that there's a lot of resistance because it feels like they're not in tune to what's going on in the classroom. Sometimes they seem absent from class discussion, and so the initial reaction is to remove it then, to put it away. Unfortunately, that's not helping in a lot of cases. And so what we're seeing though is that there are educators who still resist the use of mobile devices, especially during class sessions that are face-to-face. Some direct students to stow their gadgets away until the end of lecture, and some will penalize students for keeping their devices on hand, and others are unwilling to incorporate mobile devices or applications into their lesson plans or use them to facilitate class instruction and discussion. Watson and Peccioni state that typically pedagogical discourse surrounding the implementation of technology into classroom and course design is complicated. Often new media and digital technologies are either demonized or viewed as the panacea for curriculum ills. Still, we see an increasing rapid expansion of mobile education. So despite the resistance, a large number of colleges throughout the world are experimenting with mobile and digital tools to meet the needs of their academic communities. For instance, according to a 2011 Hanover research study, India and certain countries in Africa are growing markets for distance education globally because the currently existing infrastructure, physical infrastructure, is insufficient in many cases. And they have an increasing number of students who are educated enough to want to continue on to college. Because of examples like these countries, there are several countries around the world that are creating new avenues for both traditional and non-traditional collegiate students. And not only are the institutions creating those new avenues, but the students themselves are as well. So a few examples take us to look at Nigeria. In Nigeria, law students at I'm gonna mess this up. Igbinedion University have been identified as technologically savvy, with high percentages of their students being proactive about utilizing mobile devices to engage with academic information. It is actually the students, the law students, who have initiated and grown this practice. In London, Imperial College London offers mobile medical education courses for those in medicine and related fields. The courses will keep those in and entering the medical profession up to date on medical issues like food hypersensitivity, prevention and management of diabetes, bioinformatics for cancer research, and medical ethics are made available. In Brazil, college students have access to education-based mobile applications like Gabaratuar, which helps them to track their study time and review questions for major exams. In the United States, we have a plethora of examples, but we take, for instance, Regis College, which boasts being the first in New England's higher learning community to equip all full-time students, both undergraduate and graduate, as well as their faculty, with iPads for easy access. And in the Virgin Islands, we see the University of the Virgin Islands has launched the free MyUVI application in 2013 with a wide range of academic operations, including course items like tracking grades and viewing class schedules. So when it comes to distance learning, teaching and learning, the incorporation of mobile technology seems like it would be intrinsic as an aspect of pedagogy and student performance. And so we look at it in terms of hybrid courses, we look at it in terms of online courses, and we look at it in terms of face-to-face courses. But in online and hybrid courses, we are designed for total or partial online delivery, respectively, and they require instructors and students to use a form of computer that enables internet access in order to connect, share information, and meet course objectives. So the students can use their laptops, their smartphones to complete coursework while they're commuting or on travel, or just finding a workspace that works for them. We see instructors can stay in their communication with students by posting updates, responding to email, and using learning management systems such as Moodle and Blackboard. And then instructors are also able to take advantage of the popular trends such as flipped classrooms, where they foster the practice of delivering class lectures in an online setting or format to be accessed outside of the classroom so that class time can be dedicated to application of the course concepts. In all, in distance learning, mobile technology allows for the convenience, mobility, flexibility, and affordability of education. For face-to-face, we see, in terms of that engagement, mobile learning through the use of technology can be used to supplement face-to-face teaching and learning in higher education. And we see instances where using social media applications such as Twitter, blogs, Wiki, Facebook, YouTube, and so on are used to share information, engage in collaborative learning, and form professional connections.
So I do have to admit that I was one of those professors who always looked at cell phones as a hindrance. So my interest in the paper is really, to help myself use it more as a tool. So when we look at mobile technology in the classroom, one thing we wanted to focus on was what could we use to support best practices that are already out there. So we focused on two theories, activity theory and constructivist theory. I will speak to activity theory first. So through activity theory, which was developed by Vygotsky in 1987, learning revolves around three features. So he says that there are three aspects to activity theory. The subject, so in our case we would be talking about our learners. An object, so what is the task or activity at hand? What is your goal? What are they doing? And then the tool or the mediating artifact. So what are they using? So whether it's, their cell phone, are they using their laptop, are they in a computer lab? So looking at such devices as that. And the theory focuses on practice and defines mobile technology as that mediating tool. And the important thing to note with activity theory is that learning occurs alongside others. It's not in isolation. Students are working together, and it's situated in a social context. So they are interacting, so it's very much a social activity. And applying the theory to mobile technology, if we look at the work of Hashem and Jones, the activity theory framework provides a paradigm for explaining the ways in which mobile technology can be used in our college courses. So how can we use it to enhance student and teaching? Through the application of this theory, educators have the opportunity to actually integrate mobile technology in higher education as the goal to increase social interaction. Because I'm sure we've all been in classrooms or situations where there's not a lot of talk. It's really difficult to draw out your students, get them engaged, interacting with each other. I find that even with my students, no matter how much I try to, just hook them, as we say, in the field of education. And of course, to promote effective learning. That's, always our key is how can we really provide the best practices for our students. So activity theory views the integration of technology as tools. So if we look at computers, mobile devices, they're actually going to be used as tools. And students' actions in a social context will be dependent on mobile learning. And again, active participation, such as you can use multimedia or mobile games to utilize and enhance learning. So the second theory we wanted to look at was the constructivist theory to bring in the field of education. And Piaget explains that student learning through the constructivist theory takes place through student experiences and ideas. So students are actually the ones who are involved in the learning process, and teachers are merely facilitators. So students are really active, they're engaged, they're involved in their own learning, and that helps to also increase that student engagement and involvement. So the theory promotes learning collaboration. One important component of this theory is that reflection piece, which lends itself nicely to the whole idea of using mobile technology in higher education classes. How often do students really have the chance to reflect on their learning? And if we apply this theory to mobile technology, mobile learning occurs in an environment that is context-based. So they're exploring, they're problem solving, they're making decisions. And according to Keskin and Metcalf, communication between students occurs through the use of mobile devices such as smartphones, allowing for collaboration and interaction. So that is key when it comes to constructivist theory.
So, in looking at the landscape, there were some overarching themes that recurred that we were able to pull out and create kind of a three-component system of these elements that we know are either being applied or that are the result of the use of mobile technology in the classrooms. And we're hoping that once we go to conduct our research, we can actually apply this system and develop it even more in concept. So the three elements are scalability, engagement, and applicability. And when we talk about scalability, we're looking at how these universities or higher education institutions are able to make more affordable and accessible courses for students, no matter where they're located. We're looking at engagement in terms of the focus on the approach to cognitive stimulation, a sense of community, sociability, and even entertainment, because honestly, when we look at our students, a lot of them want to be entertained in the middle of their education, and you gotta kind of convince them you're not jumping through hoops here, but something that will keep their attention is important. And then when we look at applicability, we're looking at how we would actually apply the usage of the technology, not just for the sake of education and higher learning, but also once they go to work in the field, especially in communication fields, we see that they need the skill set to be able to be competitive. And so how do they go ahead and how do we as educators implement that kind of pedagogy in the classroom to help our students to be able to be competent once they leave the classroom? So in higher education institutions, for scalability, we see that we're able to offer college courses on a global scale. We're able to reach domestic and foreign students in different locations. And according to Otto Peters, they found that the large-scale course offerings are possible, they're made possible because of the use of technology and other factors that come from the industrialism of our society. As a result, various higher education institutions in developed and developing countries are able to offer hybrid, online, and in-class courses, as well as MOOCs, or massive open online courses. And they are able to make college courses more accessible and affordable to a larger amount of students in different locations across the world or within their own city or nation. It also opens up the possibilities for things such as allowing more students to be able to take the courses due to the use of mobile devices and applications. The lower the financial burden we will see for those students. And so that's what makes it more affordable to all of them. The use of mobile technology in courses also make tuition less expensive on the per course cost that are associated with offering college courses. And then in engagement, we're seeing that virtual communities are being formed. There's room to exchange ideas, to develop advanced concepts and fundamental teachings to a larger community or a larger group of people. And you can also get feedback and assessment from instructors, peers, and you can also engage in that. We see that learners can connect and be stimulated in their learning process. They're able to network with professionals, peers, instructors, and gain further knowledge. And educators on the other side of it can access a multitude of ways to hold their learners' interest through the run of a course.
And looking at the third usage, applicability, that's kind of our so what. Now, we're giving them this information, the tools, the hands-on experience. Where do they go from here, our students, especially since the job market is now requiring them to adapt and be able to use mobile devices and have these skills. So focusing on mobile technology for problem-solving industry practices and business solutions and giving them those tasks beyond academic training. So mobile technology can be used in the classroom to participate in diverse learning activities, and it can be used just beyond the classroom in a variety of ways. Becker claims that the number of graduates required to produce content for various mobile devices has doubled between 2009 and 2012. So if you look at the fact that there's definitely a need to be providing our students with the opportunities to use mobile devices. So our recommendations include 3 different approaches for how technology and mobile technology can be used in higher education. One is to issue mobile devices to faculty and students. So let's bring it right into the classrooms, into the hands of our students and faculty. Deploying special apps is a great way to integrate this idea, and making course materials and activities more mobile friendly, so actually integrating it. And the way the courses I teach now they're hybrid, so for me this was wonderful. So I'm learning a lot about how I can use it as well. So universities may choose to give mobile devices to their faculty just to encourage them. Because if they're given the tools, then hopefully they will actually use them. Think about investing in software apps that allow faculty and students to use their own personal mobile devices. If you think about yourselves personally, I'm sure everyone has downloaded an app at some point, so why not bring it into the classroom? And then just thinking about how to make the courses and activities more mobile friendly so that students are encouraged to utilize these devices in the learning process. So, in conclusion, higher education institutions are focusing on ways to integrate mobile devices in their college courses to enhance lectures and improve student learning. And through the use of social learning theories such as activity theory and constructivist theory that we went through, educators can readily increase social interaction, so there's definitely a way to do it and do it effectively, and promote effective learning amongst their students. Lastly, applying the elements of scalability, sociability, and applicability for using mobile devices and applications in college courses will enhance the learning process in higher education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Frederick Kendrick. I am a professor of journalism in the Media, Journalism, and Film Department here at Howard University. And today I'm talking with you about Truth Be Told, the research that we've done for this. Truth Be Told is a fact-checking website created by students in the Department of Media, Journalism, and Film at Howard. Fact-checking journalism is a critical part of American journalism as we know today. It is hosted, this website, truth be told, is hosted in the School of Communications and staffed only by journalism students. It provides a public service by examining cultural, political, and social claims specifically about the African American community. And accountability or fact-checking or accountability through fact-checking is one of the issues and concerns that we are addressing on this website, because we know that there are many claims and assertions today that are basically false. And with the increased use of social media, these claims are created and distributed at blurring paces amongst content creators. So what was accomplished here was a review of claims in social media about the African American community, also looking at the terminology of fact-checking and what traditional broadcast and print media are doing in the area that we exist today. According to the Reporters Lab at Duke University, there are 96 active fact-checking projects in the U.S. and abroad, and about 50% of those were created just last year alone. Of those 96, we currently believe that this site is the only one that is completely created, produced, and content controlled by students. All of the other sites that are out there are housed either in news organizations or staffed at university campuses by people that are in the working public of news. Nearly 2/3 of the fact checkers at these fact checking organizations are actually connected to a news organization and not a policy institute. Here in the US, and that was a worldwide figure I gave you, here in the US, that number is 90%. 90% of the fact checkers that are at the, that are doing fact checking are based at news organizations. So that would be something like PolitiFact, the Washington Post, any of these news organizations. The political misconceptions are surprisingly resilient, as Berensky tells us in 2012, that detailed reporting based on thorough research is not always enough to unseat inaccurate political ideas, as people are able to maintain false beliefs in the face of seemingly incontrovertible evidence. So the idea of this site is to try and to correct many of the ideas and thoughts that have been put out in the general public, but we're also being told that even if it's something that has been corrected, people still want to hang on to those particular ideas. People can be swayed by rumors, we're told by DeFonz and Bordia, but unverified claims made without strong evidence and misinformation, false information presented as truth, and often accompanied by seemingly compelling evidence, continue to be resilient. One of the things that, truth be told, is set to accomplish, I mentioned, is looking at claims that are false in the African American community. McCrae and Budhausen tell us that priming a racial category evokes many of the same cultural stereotypes, including naive theories about race and behavior, regardless of the levels of prejudice the individual exhibits. And so that is something that we have to confront with this site, is that we're being told that there are racial stereotypes that are put out there, and regardless of the misconception of them, people are still hanging on to them based on their beliefs or interaction previously with a particular racial category. Many of us understand the idea of the misconception that there's a larger population of blacks committing crimes in the US. And that's just patently false. It's not accurate. If you look at the FBI statistics, for one, we make a very small percentage of the US population, so there's no way numerically we could be possibly the assailants in every crime that occurs in the US. Yet this is a racial stereotype that continues to persist. So the purpose of this website is to test perceptions and things of that sort. So over the past decade, this idea of fact-checking has come about in journalism as a specific genre. It is developed as an evidence-based method for assessing political claims that anecdotal evidence suggests may be exercising a growing influence on the news. So particularly, there may be an idea or a concept, and for some reason, it continues to flourish in the news. So one of the goals of this website is to tackle those things, even if the news is continuing to report things that we know are not accurate and not true. Behind me, as you can see, some of these things are going across the screen. So we'll look at some of the items that were tackled. This website came online last year in about November, so we haven't been up for a full year yet. And one of the fact checks that a student did was in connection with the opening of the Smithsonian Institution, was talk with George Clinton about the mothership, how the idea of the mothership came about. There was also a rumor that the mothership was stolen, and if you watch the video, he explains what happened with the mothership, where it went. In fact, I'll allow us to listen to a little bit about this, and he directly addresses many of the claims dealing with that.
I just want to ask you a few questions. The mothership, I have to ask, where did you guys, kind of come up with that concept? I mean, it was just so profound. A lot of people were so influenced, by the whole, it was like a movement. Just kind of want to know, how, what was going on at that time?
Wow, back in that time, it was just the beginning of this, which is right now, the future. We were looking at this time right in here. And so far back, we was looking at this in the movies of Star Trek and before Star Wars and all that. We was thinking about the future, and we did a record for, Chocolate City first, and we saw how well it worked, with blacks in places that you wouldn't imagine them being at, in the White House, blah, blah, blah. So once that worked, we said, damn, that worked. What about outer space? Ain't seen no niggas outer space. So we had one out there. That was Aurora, that's the name of Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
Most people didn't, couldn't picture us out there hanging out. So not only was we hanging out, we was kicked back on the spaceship, like it was whatever the current car was. That's the way we was looking at it, and we were putting that, what we call P-Funk, uncut funk, the palm. We was putting what became known as, man, that's dope. Trying to portray that you have all that is futuristic thoughts in your mind. You need a spaceship to travel back and forth, and I'm still doing it.
So how do you feel about the mothership being a part of the new museum opening up here in DC?
I'm so blessed, I feel so blessed, because that music has done a lot of people a lot of good times, and so, I know you notice I've been in Congress and in court fighting for the copyrights and all of that, because it's been respected so much. But being in the Smithsonian, it made me feel I have to fight for the, it's not something that we just did, We worked hard on it. A lot of people worked hard on it. It was a historical thing that we were trying to do a funk opera. And we did it, And so we're going to keep fighting for it. And the mothership being in the Smithsonian gave us good credibility that we could stand behind that.
So there was kind of some talk about the mothership disappearing, like it was kind of lost for a minute. Do you think that the one that's in the museum is the actual one, or is it?
No, that was the second one we had. The second one did. The first one we did tear it apart. And it was selling hubcaps, selling pieces. This story's still around DC of who got which part. Some people took the hydraulic thing. Other parts was left in somebody's garage. But we had the same blueprint. Same people just to do the same thing again.
What does this performance mean to you? You talked about, DC and being in Maryland, in Jersey, and, being so influential for so many years, still being able to come out, still have people loving, what you're doing. What does this mean to you?
I'm on a mission right now. See a lot of the kids in the band, it's my grandkids, and my son. And his kids, and then the band has been moving forever. We're on a mission so that just like Kendrick and myself did it. It needs to be done together. You know, as when that old new school, you ain't got time for that. Time is so fast now, you're both old and new at the same time. I watched, you know, Snoop them from being, you know, little kids to like Uncle Snoop, you know, so it's time, if you're lucky enough and being long enough, we all gonna be old school, so if we can relate to each other, we can help each other. And it's so easy because it's the same thing, going around and around. You know, it's just different ways to look at whatever's going on. You know, and we're gonna need it in this day and time.
What do you want to be remembered as?
That he didn't give a fuck. you know, other than trying to get these copyright issues back on the right side of where they're supposed, on the right side of history, where they're supposed to be, because that's really trying to change history, who did what, you know, and we can't let this happen again. It happened with rock and roll, you know, Chuck Berry's and you know, Little Richard, a lot of them. People don't realize that that was the beginning of that rock and roll. But for Jimi Hendrix, wouldn't have had no claim in it at all. We're not gonna let that happen with funk. We're gonna fight for it and keep history correct and make it be accountable. So being in the Smithsonian was a good, at least we're there for now. Now we just gotta get the paperwork to reflect that. Because people are busy trying to change, you know, the copyrights and stuff.
Interesting that he mentions accountability. I'm talking to you about fact-checking. He addressed the portrayal of the spaceship and how it came about. He addressed exactly what happened in regards to this rumor about parts and pieces of the spaceship still in the DC area. And then he explained the concept and the idea of what his sound was. He said a funk opera. So fact-checking gives us the opportunity to go back and hold accountable things that are said that are put out in mainstream media that may not necessarily tell the truth. Journalism fact-checking, with its aim to definitively judge the veracity or falsehood of political statements, operates against the backdrop of the profession's objectivity norm. What this means is that traditional journalism is, here are the facts. A, B, C have been said, let's put it out there, allow the reader to decide. But fact-checking in its form shares a little bit of that with mainstream journalism, but also an emphasis on fact-centered discourse. As Graves and Glaser explains, it says it makes a crucial divergence from traditional journalism in its focus on adjudicating factual disputes. And so that's the difference between accountability or fact-checking journalism versus traditional journalism as we know it. Traditional journalism is going to give you a fact or what they've heard and just put it out there for you to decide. Whereas with fact-checking journalism, it follows the scientific method. It's more closely related to research and academic science by basically placing forth reporter fact-checkers who do not simply pass along the claims of powerful sources, as journalists working within the professional paradigm of objectivity are often obliged to, but rather going through the process through the scientific method of claims, evidence, and judgments. And you'll see this on a lot of fact-checking sites where they will give you the particular item, and then they will give you their version of the evidence, and then they will actually give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down saying this is true or not true. And this is how it differs from traditional journalism. So fact-checkers, by contrast, in that concept, directly evaluate the accuracy or the substantive claim made in a news statement. But where fact-checkers are becoming increasingly evident now is in the political realm right now. And we see that with what we're dealing with in the US right now with a Republican candidate and a Democratic candidate whose claims to various items have been questioned. One of the candidates in particular has been noted as, a quote has been said, he stands out not only for the sheer number of his factually false claims, but also for his brazen refusals to admit error when proven wrong. And this was stated in defense of explaining why fact-checking is needed, especially in the political realm. And PolitiFact in 2003 did not just stay with the Republican Party. In 2013, they awarded President Obama the Lie of the Year trophy for his infamous and oft-repeated declaration, if you like your health care plan, you can keep it. Hillary Clinton was also noted as saying the Islamic State militant group was using Trump in recruitment videos, even though there was no evidence to that effect. She also laughably said she had been transparent about her emails. And we know the end result of all of these statements and these occurrences. There were things that they said in the media, and it took fact-checking sites to prove this is not accurate. This is not holding true to what you're saying. So when we look at Truth Be Told as a site, it's the same thing. There's the George Clinton that we looked at, but there's also other fact checks on the website. For example, a look at African Americans in college. And the headline starts out, and this is a fact check, it says, even though African Americans continue to make strides in higher education, some have the idea that they are not enrolled in college in the numbers they should be. When it comes to higher education, are blacks lagging behind other groups? News Vision reporter Alexis Porter looked at it. So let's take a look at this video briefly. And the site, in addition to doing fact checks, generally has accompanying video to the articles, as you'll see here.
Is there a crisis in the Black community when it comes to higher education? Some may say yes, but the facts say otherwise. African American women, who make up 13% of the female population in the United States, beats out all other groups, regardless of race or gender, when it comes to overall college enrollment.
Well, I mean, again, this is a stereotype. It's easy to play into because people, again, have characterized throughout the centuries that African Americans are not as bright, not as interested in education. This is, of course, farthest from the truth.
In 2011, African American women's enrollment in colleges had hit a record high. Nearly 1 in 10 of every African American woman was enrolled in a college or university.
I'm inside a Founders Library, recently named the National Treasure on campus of Howard University, a historically Black college and university in Washington, D.C. While HBCUs only make up 3% of the nation's institutions of higher learning, they graduate 20% of African Americans for an undergraduate degree.
Being able to attend an HBCU gave me the opportunity to experience Black excellence, on a whole new height. It also gave me the opportunity to receive an education.
According to the U.S. Census Bureau's current population survey data, 9.7% of Black women are enrolled in college, followed by Asian women at 8.7% and Asian men in third at 8.4%. Black men came in fifth above Hispanic men and women, as well as white men. In Washington, Alexis Porter for News Vision.
Okay, so what we were able to learn through this one is that 13% of the female population is what African American women is representing in college. And that is beating out all other groups. We also understand that 1 in 10 are enrolled in a college or university, and that HBCUs make up 3% of the university population, but 20% of the blacks that are in college. Now, the interesting and significant thing about our website is that, again, there's students reporting this, students doing the research, and debunking this through video and through the website itself. Again, the only one of our knowledge and of our research that is totally student-run. So what's the takeaway? Well, we understand that Kuklinski tells us that if information is the currency of democracy, the problem of misinformation presents a serious challenge to the quality of democratic self-government. So the relevance in Truth Be Told is, in order for us to continue to be self-governing, we have to correct these misconceptions and debunk them. We also understand the social media environment makes the traditionally opaque process of verification more open, iterative, and tentative. Because of social media and the internet, we have the opportunity to correct these misconceptions much quicker than we did in the past, and in a different process, because now people can go to this website and tweet it to others. You can post it in other forms of social media like Facebook. The mission statements of leading fact-checking sites all emphasize service to a public eager to hold politicians accountable, as we mentioned in regards to the Democratic and Republican nominees right now. We understand fact-checking is a critical function of the news media, given the sometimes startling prevalence of political misconceptions in the U.S. today. Unfortunately, what we've also understood and through this research is that effectively correcting the misconceptions is extremely difficult. Even when you post these things to the website and you correct misconceptions, they continue to be pervasive in media who don't go through this site. They continue to exist when people refuse to acknowledge that their own feelings and leanings and conceptions about something are not actually the reality of things. So we also understand that one of the oldest pieces of advice to avoid getting duped by false information is to resist believing everything you read. This is especially true on the internet. Therefore, if anybody can play expert on the internet or pressure to break the news cycle and be the first to report news, is going to leave time for fact-checking not to be done in a most reputable way. So the purpose of this site is to correct those misconceptions and hopefully, in regards to everything I've already said, still be able to make a dent somehow in this world of misinformation that we live in. Thank you.
Well, let's give another round of applause to this panel for presenting such a thought-provoking issues on social media from Oklahoma to Lincoln University and then back to Howard University. So let's open it up now for questions. But before we go into those, because I know they are burning questions that are really coming. But remember, we have a workshop. And Michelle is there. We have a workshop with Michelle at 3:15 to 4:15. And the title of that workshop is, of course, best practices in using Google for educators and journalists. So we're going to learn more about that. All right, so questions. Do make your choice.
Go and then I'll let you go. The first question I have is for you. Thank you so much. The presentation was amazing, and I love what your students are doing. I have two questions. Do your students cite their research when they post their articles? And then my second question for you is, how do you feel about like urban legend and like this fact checking kind of poo-poo urban legend? So something like, you know, the Parliament mothership, that's kind of urban legend. So like, how do you feel about that?
Okay, thank you for your question. On the research, everything is cited on the website. We make sure that they hyperlink to where they are getting their facts and figures, and all of that is done through traditional scientific methods of research. Regarding urban legends, that's something that we discussed with Truth Be Told at the inception of the site in regards to how we're going to address that, and we made a conscientious decision that depending on how big the legend was, would determine whether or not we would address it. And I think there was an urban legend that's on the website that addresses the idea that Black people do not spend money in their own community. And then also there's an urban legend about so many dollars from the Jewish community or the white community are recycled into their community. And we address that by looking specifically or debunk that by asking, how do you track the dollar? And we talked to our students talked to several people in the federal government who were able to expose and explain that it's just not possible to track money in that way. And so the idea that Blacks, urban legend-wise, are not spending as much money in their community as other cultures are is a misnomer, and it's just a fallacy.
Okay, my question to you. Has the term breaking news interrupted the accuracy of journalism? Because in the day and age, it's more who tells it first rather than how is it accurate or how truthful it is.
Okay, so I'm going to say that the website does not address this specifically, and we have not looked at that scientifically. From, I guess, my personal feeling about that as a communications and journalism scientist, is that there was a time that many people in this room remember breaking news was the president got shot, someone got killed, a shuttle exploded or something of that sort. Now we all can agree that everything is breaking news. And I think it's an evidencing of the fact that there is a huge gap and a disparity in journalism education, in educating people on what really is journalism and qualifies as breaking news. But also, I believe it is an evidencing of the corporate interest. They want to be first things, and we all are being able to see that there's a lot of things that are reported that are just inaccurate and not true.
I have a second question for the ladies up here. In your opinion, are younger professors more equal or less embracing of technology in comparison to, seasonal professors?
So I feel like you would have to research that to have a real and accurate answer for you. But in truth, I think as a professor going into a classroom, no matter what age and experience, a lot of times you want to make sure your students are learning. That's your first job at hand and the thing that you care most about. So if it seems like it's a distraction, you want to diminish as many distractions as possible, mobile technology or otherwise. And I think there's resistance initially for many people unless you already have prepared ahead of time a way to incorporate the technology. And I think what has happened a little bit more, perhaps for younger professors or newer professors, is that we already are being trained to think about that, whereas maybe more seasoned professors didn't have to think about it before and have to play a little bit of catch up or have to think harder sometimes about creating new course preparations that.
If I may just add something on that, we published an article in 2014 for you to get an accurate answer. Within the glass of John Hopkins, the title of our article was Coping with Smartphone in the College Classroom. That article is in Teaching Journalism and Mass Communication Journal. It's a journal for AJMC, and we did a mixed method research, quantitative and qualitative, 200 faculty members, both young faculty, senior faculty. And using mixed method, the correlation was not very significant. Meaning the difference was not significant. We're shocked to realize that the younger professors were behaving alike, like senior professors banning cell phones or smartphones in the college classroom. We started with quantitative data analysis. We said, all right, with the limitations of quantitative data analysis, let's go into qualitative to see whether, let's listen to them. We're shocked to realize the result was the same. We didn't know why. And it's still a problem today. Why younger professors are still not welcoming students coming with smartphones in the college classroom based on that study of 2014.
Sorry, I don't want to run out of time. I have one more for you and one for you. So it seems that professors should begin to utilize the hashtag to expand the conversation in the classroom. You can always storify. It's like class notes that everyone contributes to. I know our graduate program, we had a hashtag for the entire program. We can go back and look at it. But I think it would be an interesting way to get students who might be distracted to engage in class, and also those students who are not willing to participate and speak out. They interact through their mobile device, and that information is shared with everyone. So I just wanted to add that. And then my one question for you, sorry everyone, is with teachers using social media for professional development, I've actually worked in that space and trying to figure out how do we give educators credit. I would just like to know your opinion about who owns the creation of the credentials. Is it the individual? Is it the organizations like mine who provide these opportunities, or is it the district themselves?
That's a very good question. And I think that is where we are in terms of being able to answer that question, right? Because the very nature of credentialing is changing. Because it's not just about going to an institution now and getting a diploma, a degree, and so forth. now we have the badges movement where you can actually get a badge for doing X. So instead of now going to, let's say, Carnegie Mellon and getting a computer science degree from there, you could potentially go to a workshop and be certified as one of the best Java programs there is, and getting a badge that says that you can now do that. So instead of going for a whole 4-year program, you could have that. So now the conversation is, does that credential equal the 4-year that somebody else has been in school, right? So now that there's that conversation, and then at the same time, that the issue of ownership is a very old one in terms of just who owns knowledge as a whole, right? So I guess I could probably make that answer very short that I don't know because we're still really trying to figure that out because who owns it? Because the district do not know how to make sense of this because it's happening right now. Universities don't know how to make sense of this because it's happening right now as well. They're trying to play catch up with badges and everything else. So the whole diffusion continuum is in so many different places that for me as someone who's researches in that space is exciting. But as someone who is probably trying to make decisions as to whether or not we should accept credentials and professional development from Twitter, it's probably be very frustrating for someone who's like at a district level. So I think it's still developing, and we're still trying to make sense of it.
All right, we have room for, I think, just 2 more questions. Yes, I'm sorry.
My question is to 2 young ladies who are standing in front of me. 2 questions. In your presentation, you discussed about having technologies in the classroom. So my thing is, okay, let's say we put this technology in the classroom. Who owns the technology? Would it be the student or would it be the university? Also, to add to that, right? How exactly can the university regulate what the student using within the technology? Are they able to get on Facebook? Are they able to do other things? Can they take it home with them? And on top of that, I have more questions inside of that. Is this something that the university can charge a student? So will it be incorporated into like a technology fee inside the tuition or something of that nature? The reason why I ask is because I used to work for Microsoft leading their education division. So my role, this was really my role. And I had a lot of issues talking to CIOs, trying to get them to really accept this concept. So if you have an answer to that, I would really appreciate that.
Sure. You probably have some of the answers already, I suspect, from your work. But there are multiple ways that it can work. There are the instances where they give it to you, but yes, it is worked into a fee. You know, just like the student activity fees, the technology fees, the materials, resources fees. There are fees that you pay as part of your tuition, and you can work it into, there are universities that incorporate it into it, like Regis College was one of our examples for the US. That's what they do. You have an iPad, but they take your money and then buy you an iPad and say, hey, with this part of your tuition, this is what you're going to use it for. And in that case, it is your iPad. It is your property that you do what you please with. And the only times there are regulations is if something with Wi-Fi or something is disconnected in classrooms or certain buildings, but they can't really regulate what you use it for other than that. Once you can get on the internet, you can use it for whatever you like. The other options are lending. So students and faculty members and administrative staff can go to, say, technology services on the campus, and usually there's some kind of program, especially nowadays, there's some kind of program where you could borrow certain devices and experiment with them for a week, a semester, a class, and see how they work. You might have, if they have enough, you can use it or share it amongst the students, or you can just reserve one for yourself and experiment with it to lead a class discussion or a lecture. So there's several different ways, and in those instances, it's borrowed, and there might be restrictions that come with it that they'll tell you about or you want to check. So there are definitely different ways. If you work for an external corporation, you would want to check to see what the policies are at the institutions that you work with, just to make sure that you fall within their rules and legal parameters.
And just to add to that, since I'm in teacher education, oftentimes if, requiring a laptop or an iPad is almost requiring the students to purchase it as if it was a textbook. So it's a requirement coming into specific majors within the field of education. So again, then that's the student's personal property, but that's another way I've seen it done.
Some of us that have traveled, we are seeing all kinds of things. At Covenant University in Nigeria, 5,000 students. No student is supposed to come in with cell phone or smartphone. You don't get admission and come in there with your smartphone or cell phone. They have phone booths on campus. So no, yeah, they have phone booths owned by the university. So if you want to call your parent or call, you go to a phone booth. They spend most of their time in the classroom, in the library. I was shocked myself to find out that when I visited some of the classrooms, there was no cell phone. In the dormitories, no cell phones. If you have to use a phone, there's a telephone booth, you call your parents. And you have the time to call, maybe 3 times a week. You spend your time studying. One more question. Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, this is kind of brief, but it was a tag on to the gentleman from Oklahoma. We had a center here that did a lot of professional development with elementary school teachers. And we found that, the traditional forms of professional development in research as well is not very effective many times because it's a one-shot deal. So I think, what this, your model provides is much more justified way of getting that follow-up, notwithstanding the more rich communication that must take place in these Twitter chats. I just wondered if you wanted to speak a little bit about that.
I agree, because that's definitely the challenge around professional development, because you go to a workshop and you're done. And a lot of the time, the only thing that reminds you of that workshop is the certificate that you brought back. And if you hang it up, then maybe you'll see it in your office. If not, then you forgot completely. The opportunity that we have here with Twitter specifically and all these social media is to do things very differently. The weakness that we end up having, all of us over this, is what I like to call the weakness of the metaphor. We try to take what exists in the physical world and try to put it out there in the virtual world. So, for example, if you're doing conferencing online, you usually say, well, I'm going to go book for you guys a meeting room on this platform. There is no meeting room in Skype or anything else. So we take concepts of how we have worked in the past and try to replicate it, and which just does not work. It's the same thing with buying technologies for students, right? The model's like, well, what if we buy everything for the students? That misses the whole point. The reason why mobile devices are so crucial and so beloved by everybody else, that they're a personal device. You have a personal attachment to that thing. So instead of talking about whether or not we buy things for the students, what if we say, well, you already have this, let's see how we can make use of it. Or maybe a model that says, let's give you a discount as a result. And a lot of companies like AT&T are doing that. If you sign up for, when I was at Penn State or Oklahoma State, if you say that you're from Penn State or Oklahoma State, you get a discount on your bill by virtue of being part of that institution. So if we start looking at, I think it's going to take a lot of ditching these old metaphors that we have used of professional development, of mobile learning and everything else, to be able to really make more of these new learning environments.
All right, all good time to come to an end.
Dr. Lane?
Yes.
Could I answer one question?
Yes,
I'm monitoring YouTube. There's a question on YouTube. The question was, traditional journalism has stayed relevant by embracing a non-traditional field. What are my thoughts about the future for traditional media and journalism? And to that commenter, Ms. Jacqueline Gray, I think that the idea of traditional journalism, I mean, what is that? We have to define it first. And I don't think anyone knows anymore what journalism is, you know. In my research on credentialing of journalists, we did all this searching of what journalism really is. And I think we've gotten so far away from what it is that no one knows what journalism is. You know, bloggers are now being called journalists. And if you understand what the word blog means, it comes from weblog, which means web journal, and a journal is the same for a diary, which means these were diarists or essayists, now calling themselves journalists. So if the general public doesn't understand what traditional journalism is, then in response to this question about the future of traditional journalists, I don't know. I think it's a situation where you're going to see us just trying to play catch up. You know, and that's what we're talking about today when we look at social media and the interaction of it with journalism and communications. How do journalists embrace it? And I think we're always going to be a step or so behind using the technology, and that's going to always challenge what the notion of journalism is.
Thank you. And that is why we are having this conference. The questions keep coming up, and we keep searching for the answers. As is often said, we are all feeling the bottomless hole. We don't know whether we'll ever feel it, but that's why we keep questioning. That's why we exist. Give it up again for this group. Thank you so much.
As we transition, there's some water on the side, there's candy, and we're putting the handle of our next workshop presenter on the board so you can tweet at her and with her.
But it don't be right. It don't be right. I always write journalism. I take the time to research. Or I wasn't a student when I started a couple weeks ago nowadays. Yeah, they're right. They're usually because Africans have movie stars have. I don't mean that it's journalism. But that's not downtown Howard. A journalist is somebody who takes the research. Research the ingredients. A journalist takes the time, goes to whatever the country this is made, does the research, and delivers the full story with cited research. Researchers do But you can't intertwine the two. The two different things. It's not the story no more. It's just who can say it first. You know, breaking news. That's a great example. Breaking news. I call him cousin in Miami, Florida. Breaking news. I'm thinking that he's gonna be historical. They're outside walking the dog. The wind was not even like the news is portraying. You watch the news. Right now,
planning, but it's a very interesting time. I'm sorry. But we were in Singapore for the grab and run when Simon was math teacher. That's what the kitchen is right here.
We're gonna load up Instagram.
Well, I'll tell you a bunch on, well, not Instagram, I'll tell you about that. Here.
Okay, take a couple more minutes and then we're going to start our next session. No, just one. Hello, we're going to be starting shortly, and I just want to introduce our next workshop presenter. Give you a couple more minutes. Alrighty, so our next workshop presenter is Michelle Johnson, Associate Professor of Practice at Boston University. Excuse me. colleague of mine. We do a lot of student workshops together. She's taught at Boston University since 2009, and in addition to teaching there, she oversees the award-winning Boston University News Service, a showcase for work produced by BU journalism students. In 2014, BU News Service was named the top online news site by the Associated Press, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and the Society of Professional Journalists. Region 1. BU News Service coverage of the Boston Marathon bombing was nationally recognized by the Online News Association with awards in both student and professional categories in 2013. Chosen to be among the first cohort of professional journalists and journalism educators who have been certified to train journalists in how to use Google tools, which is going to be our workshop. The program is a collaboration between Poynter Institute, Google, and the Society of Professional Journalists. Johnson, or Michelle, was named 2013 Educator of the Year by the National Association of Black Journalists. In 2012, she was the recipient of the Barry Bingham Fellowship presented by the Association of Opinion Journalists for her work encouraging students of color to pursue journalism as a career. Prior to teaching multimedia journalism at Boston, she lectured in the journalism department at Emerson College as a journalist in residence, and also spent several years as a technology manager assisting the renovation of the department into a multi-million-dollar cross-platform facility. A former Boston Globe editor, Johnson was part of the team that launched the Globe's regional website, boston.com. Prior to moving into new media, she was editor for the print edition of the Globe. She has extensive experience writing and editing for both print and online. Michelle Johnson.
Thank you, Ingrid. Wow. I wasn't expecting you to read the whole thing. Okay. That means I can skip this next slide where I tell you guys about myself. As you know, I'm a trainer, sort of a deputy trainer with Google. People sometimes mistakenly think I'm a Google employee. I am not. My day job is teaching multimedia journalism. And I'm a professor of the practice, which means that my job is to get our students out there doing things like the BU News Service. We work under the Google News Lab umbrella. You guys might be wondering what News Lab is. Has anybody heard of News Lab? A few people. All right. Well, if you go to g.co/newslab, you will find all kinds of tutorials and lessons curated specifically for journalists, which certainly can be of use to journalism educators. So do not miss this resource. It's great. It'll show you how to use a multitude of Google tools. It's got examples and little explanatory videos. All right, what am I going to talk about today? Well, this workshop, in fact, if you have a laptop out, log into your Google account so you can follow along. This is going to be, a chance for you to do a little bit of hands-on. I'm going to talk about Google Alerts. There are a couple of ways that you can have Google send information to you. I'm going to talk about image search in the sense of verification, which is something that we should all be teaching our students how to do. We're always trying to figure out, is that picture legit, or is it fun with Photoshop? We're going to look into Google Trends and how we can teach students to look for story ideas in trends. Google Maps, that should be part of their toolkit as they're going on here to become multimedia journalists. I'm talking a little bit about advanced search. Most of us know basic search, so I'll talk about advanced search. And then I'm going to look a little bit forward and put some things on your radar that you might not really be connected with. They're not new. Well, one of them is new and one is sort of updated. And I will give you guys some resources and help them. And I have to ask you to fill out an evaluation because it's part of the Google training experience. They want some feedback. So as an incentive, there will be a drawing for a $25 Starbucks card if you fill out the evaluation. Woo-hoo. We'll talk about that at the end. Okay, let's get started. Hopefully you're connected to the Wi-Fi. Those of you who want to follow along, please log into Google Drive or your Gmail or something that you're in the Google universe. If you have the Chrome browser, great. That kind of works well for this, but certainly Safari, any of the browser, Internet Explorer is fine. Okay, let's start with Google Alerts. How many of you guys teach reporting courses? Anybody teach reporting courses? Anybody taking reporting courses? Anybody a beat reporter? Well, let's say that you're covering a specific industry or topic. One of the things that you want to do is stay on top of that industry or that topic. You can set up Google Alerts to send you the latest of whatever is related to that topic right into your inbox. A lot of reporters use this to sort of save time so that you don't have to go searching for stuff, it comes to you. So for instance, you see in this box, you type in a keyword or a phrase and hit enter, and it sets up something that looks like this. These are the results of typing in the keywords Japan earthquake. So it'll search a bunch of different resources and give you those links to all of these places where this topic's being talked about. So you can filter it in some great ways. For instance, if there's a breaking story going on, you don't want to set it to send me alerts, once a day. You pretty much want alerts continuously. If it's something that's not as urgent, you can pick a different time period. If you're tracking something in another country, you can change the language. If you need to see all the Spanish language stuff that's coming on about a story, you can set it to that. And we'll look at this in a minute, but I should also mention this works with what are called search refinements, meaning you know how you can sometimes put quotes around a search term to search that specific term, or the one that I have there is searching a specific site, CNN.com. That's called a refinement. So let's try this. Open your browser and go to google.com/alerts, and you can create an alert for whatever you want to. It doesn't matter. And if you're logged in, you should already see yourself, your little icon over here. So somebody give me a topic to, what's going on right now?
North Korea.
North Korea? So as I was typing, the search automatically started to pull everything related to this topic as a preview. Because what this is going to do, it's going to come into my inbox, not in this form, it's going to send me to this page to see all these links to all this related info. Now, a lot of people use alerts, but they don't bother to click this little show options link here. If you click that drop down, this is where I was saying you can customize this. You can tell it, send it to me, once a day, or as it happens, if it's a breaking story. You obviously want to choose as it happens. Or if it's not urgent, once a week. Sources. This is what Google is returning in the search that's looking at your keyword for. So it's searching news, blogs, various websites, certainly video, and definitely YouTube because Google owns YouTube. Books, discussions, finance. Pretty good story. And let's say for a particular story, you just wanted to know what the bloggers were thinking about on this topic. You can certainly filter it by that. I mentioned language, long list of languages. Region, by country. You can tell it to send me what it deems the best results versus everything that's out there. And then you can tell it which email address you have an RSS feed that you want to pull in those stories. You can do that as well. So it's kind of a no-brainer if you're a reporter to be able to set up these for whatever beat or story that you're covering. Now, if you're not familiar with search refinements, and I said that alerts work with search refinements, write down this web address. This is a little bit of short code for this address, because this will give you a list of all the ways that you can search. And this works with the regular Google search and with alerts. So the ones that I mentioned, one of the ones I mentioned was site. So if you're searching for the Olympics, you type in site:NBC.com, and it only searches NBC.com. So all the refinements are okay. By the way, I'll give you guys a link to this presentation at the end so that you can have all these. You don't have to scramble and write everything down. Okay, there's a second type of alert that you might not be familiar with, and it's because it's really meant for journalists, for working journalists, or in the case of VU News Service or a student-run news service. If you are involved with any kind of student media, or if you're a professional journalist, you really should sign up for this. Let me just explain what it is. Whenever a major story breaks, let's say there's a catastrophe, there's a huge earthquake, or Hurricane Matthew is coming through, and possibly there's going to be massive damage, Google will basically curate a bunch of content specifically for media. Google Earth maps, B-roll, satellite imagery, street view panoramas, so that you can do before and after. For instance, here's an example. Actually, let me just tell you how to sign up. You want to go to g.co/Google Media Alerts. This is not an inbox thing. This is a Google group. I don't know if you guys have used Google Groups before, but it's essentially like belonging to a listserv or a club or something. You have to apply to join this group.
It's Media Alerts?
Yes, Media Alerts with an S. Google Media Alerts, all one word. So g.co/Google Media Alerts. So, I don't think it is. So, when the Nepal earthquake happened in 2015, they posted more than 100 images, more than 100 satellite images for media use, which meant you didn't have to go scrambling and looking around for, particular stuff. I mean, they were vetting this stuff and curating it for you. So here's an example of what my home newspaper and former employer did with this. They did a before and after slider in one area of Nepal to show where people were living outside in tents. They had set up tents out in this area here. And this is what it normally looked like. So they were able to get, Google had made available more recent satellite images than they had already in their database. Sometimes they partnered with a third party to get more up-to-date images. A lot of times you go to Google Street View and it's old pictures and stuff like that. Well, they want to make sure that journalists have the most recent stuff. So that's why you want to be pulling images from something like, alerts for media, because they're going to give you that stuff. Now, for teaching purposes, you might think doing this kind of before-after slider is really a hard thing. We need a programmer to come in and do it. Well, the good news is that's not true. There are actually a ton of, if you use WordPress in your classes, in self-hosted WordPress where you can install plugins, there are a ton of plugins to do before and after sliders. And the Night Lab at Northwestern University has actually built a little script that anybody can use. This is available for free to any journalist. So if you have, say, a picture of, your students are doing a project on a neighborhood, and you can get historical photos of different spots around that neighborhood, send them out to do current photos, and then do something like this with before and after slider. It's really not that hard to produce. We've used this in my classes. Let's see, I think we did sort of a profile, a look at a particular neighborhood. We were able to use this particular slider for that. So it's really not just the big news organizations that can turn around this kind of multimedia stuff. One of the questions I get asked all the time is, well, can we use this Google map or image, and how do we credit it? How do we reference this in the story? Well, .com/permissions, there is a long list up there with very specific rules about how they want to be credited and what the usage rules are and parameters are. It's really going to depend on what kind of content you're using, so you really should take a look at that if you're going to use Google content. The answer is most stuff is okay to use, but you want to certainly credit them. And if there were any third-party organizations involved in producing, say, new satellite images, you want to credit them as well. All right, what about verifying stuff? That's a huge deal. Well, there's two issues here. I'm forever trying to stop my students from using copyrighted material. Pictures, music, anything that they don't own the rights to. And secondly, sometimes we're in a situation where we see something go viral and we're trying to figure out, well, is this true or not? You'll see a certain picture and you don't know whether it's, an actual photo or somebody, photoshopped it. So one of the things we have to teach our students is learn how to vet content that they find in social media. So Google can actually be useful for that. Google image search can be useful for that. And let me just, I'm going to show you a little video about how this works.
Everyone knows that you can search Google for images, but did you know you can also search by image? Just go to images.google.com and click the camera icon. It's simple. You can search by image URL, upload images directly from your computer, or drag an image file into the window. If you've already got the image in your browser window, you can right-click if you're using Windows, or control-click on a Mac. You'll get sites that include the image and similar images. For example, you're reporting on the worst winter storms in Chicago history, and you come across this image tagged 2014. It looks perfect, but you want to make sure it's legit. When you right-click on it and search Google for this image, you'll see that it's been used a lot. To find out if it's actually from 2014, go to the Time drop-down menu under Search Tools. By back-searching, you can track down when and where an image was used. Let's see if this image was used before, say, 2007. In this case, it's been posted as far back as 2005. What it also reveals is this photo is not of Chicago's Lakeshore Drive, but of a snowstorm that hit Lake Geneva, Switzerland. Facts checked. Lastly, if you're a photographer, reverse image search is a simple way to see where your image has circulated online. Just right-click the image and select Search Google for this image. So don't forget, when researching, you can search by image. You'll be surprised at how much information you can find.
So it makes so much sense for young journalists to know how to do that kind of basic search and search and verification. Okay, why is my clicker not working again? There we go. Okay. Hang on, guys. Let me get this. There is a quiz. Because I'm a professor. All right, ready? The question is, can anybody name 2 ways to search for an image at images.google.com? That's how you go. What are 2 ways? What are 2 ways?
So one way is to drag and drop the image into the search box, and the other is to utilize the link.
Yes, paste in the URL. And you can also right-click on the image and say search for this image. So there are actually 3 ways to do this. Good job. Okay. So one of the major recaps is, what I mostly use this for is to see where a picture has run previously. You can find out whether somebody's using your image by typing in that URL and getting back a list that looks pretty much like this. The same picture is run on all these websites. It's also been tweeted. Do any of you guys cover copyright in your courses? Talk about copyright issues? Yeah. Well, if you teach them to do an advanced image search, your students learn to find images that are okay to use. With those pictures. So here's what it looks like. And those of you who are kind of following along, go to images.google.com and do a search for Fenway Park. I'm gonna join you guys here. Sorry, I'm from Boston. I'm doing this Fenway Park thing. The Sox are doing great this year. Okay, so that's just a general image search, right? Everything that's in here, it just comes from a whole bunch of different sources. Now, a lot of students will just right-click and download it and put it into a slideshow or a presentation or something. And there's really no need to do that, because if you come up here to this Search Tools button, and if you look here in this drop-down, there's a link that says Usage Rights. Under Usage Rights, the options are Label for Reuse with Modification, Label for Reuse, labeled for non-commercial reuse with modification, and labeled for non-commercial reuse. Now, in some cases, if you filter, commercial use, you can take that picture and put it on a T-shirt, a mug, whatever. It means the owner is giving you the right to use it commercially. If I was going to do this and layer some text over it for, say, a tweet that I was about to do, I would choose labeled for reuse with modification, because I can then take that picture of Fenway Park, throw some type over it as a teaser to a story, and then tweet that out. So if you look, it actually, you can almost see the stuff that's okay to use. You probably know that Wikipedia pictures are under what's called a Creative Commons license, where the owner sort of gives away their rights, gives you permission to use their stuff. Now they may ask you for something like, a particular style of credit, credit them a certain way, so you have to check that Creative Commons license. But as I scroll through these, I can see, most of these are on Wikimedia or Wikipedia. So I know, that they're legitimate sources and I'm not just taking something off of somebody's webpage. You can even, there are other things that you can do up here. You saw in that video that you can search by time. You can tell it to do the past week, or you choose a custom range if you want only pictures from, say, the last 6 months. Or maybe you wanted a picture in winter, so you would choose like January to, okay, winter in Boston goes on for a while. It could be like, I don't know, May. So you might pick January to May. You can also search by image type, so you can see clip art and line drawings and animations, which are also GIFs. It doesn't apply in this case, but you could certainly search by color if you were doing, sort of a flat image with just color, and even by size. So there are a lot of ways to slice and dice this, and to stay within the rules of copyright. So we need to make sure our students understand, why that's so important. Okay. If you guys have questions as we're going along, just, raise your hand. I'm happy to, I don't have to stand here and yammer the whole time. I'm happy to answer questions. The other thing that you should look at on the image search is there's a link over on the right-hand side under a little gear, looks like a little gear, with a link to advanced search. And this is a spot where you can do what I just showed you, which is kind of, customize your search a little bit more. So all those other things are here: image size, color. You can search by region if you're looking for pictures in a particular country. The usage right is here as well. So as well as some additional things like the file format type. If you are looking for more resources on social media verification, have any of you guys heard of the First Draft News Coalition? They've been around, I don't know, not that long, but over a year maybe. Well, Google News Lab is a partner in First Draft Coalition, and what they're trying to do is make it easier for journalists to learn how to verify various stuff. And they've got a ton of resources up. So for instance, if you are trying to teach your students how to figure out let's see, where was the, here, there's a guide to verifying photos, a guide to verifying video, to how to check for something is legitimate on YouTube and that kind of stuff. It's all here. I actually assign my grad students to read, there's a book called The Verification Handbook. It's an e-book. I assign chapters out of that for my students. You may want to, if you have undergrads, send them here to take a look at this and learn a little bit about what some of the parameters are and how you search, how you vet things, search to vet things. Okay. Has anybody used Google Trends? Anybody familiar with Google Trends? Anybody is familiar with Google Trends? If you go to Google, well, of course, because what we teach, we need to know. So if you go to google.com/trends, you will find this site. We're going to watch another video again.
How can you see where and when something is getting big before your rivals have written about it? Google Trends is a powerful tool that allows you to see what people are searching for on Google all over the world. This can help you get the scoop before a story peaks and find the data you need to back your claims. Head to google.com/trends, and this is what you'll see. Often, search topics can spike hours, even days before a journalist notices. Trending Now surfaces topics that are spiking on a daily basis, so you can get a glimpse of what your country is curious about, which could lead to your next story. You might find it useful to subscribe to an email alert that delivers each day's Google Trends straight to your inbox. So now you know what's popular, but just how popular is it? Let's move on to the Explore In-Depth feature, which can allow you to compare and find correlations between search topics. We'll try this out with an example. You know that the World Cup is a big deal in football, but is it really more popular than the English Premier League? Let's plug in Premier League into the add term box. Immediately you'll see, starting from 2004, searches for the term have been steadily increasing. Compare this now to the World Cup. Enter FIFA World Cup in the next box, and you'll see a comparison of the two terms over time. It's clear to see that search volumes for the World Cup are much, much higher than for the Premier League. But this is only every 4 years when it takes place. So if you are writing an article about the World Cup and how it draws in a bigger global audience than the Premier League, you now have some stats to back your claim. In case you want to move from global statistics to local stats, you can specify your search even more. Just remember, if you're looking for results from another country, you'd want to write the search term in that country's language. Just because something is popular in one country doesn't mean that it will be in another. In case you want to figure out where something is most popular, or to compare a topic's popularity by country, Google Trends' regional interest feature can save the day. Remember CDs? Neither do I. Over the past decades, CDs have been on the decline, as this Google Trends chart shows. Scrolling down to regional interest, you can see additional info about which countries are searching for CDs the most. Apparently, CDs are still a big deal in Brazil. This could lead you to dig deeper into this trend. The next thing to ask would be how searches for CDs in Brazil compare to other countries, like Japan and Germany, for instance, two other music-loving nations. You can see that searches for CDs in Brazil are much higher than in the two other countries. Take a look at the bar chart on the left-hand side, which shows you the average index of total searches. Brazil's column is at 64, whereas Japan and Germany's are at 34. Before we round off, there's an important footnote about these numbers on Google Trends. The total search volume is represented as a relative index out of 100. So, going back to our World Cup example, you would say that the search volume increased by 64% between May and June in 2006. With the incredible Google Trends tool, Google's global data bank and the next big scoop are all at your fingertips. Now that's hot. Click here for more useful Google tips for media.
So that's a look at trends. Let me just say a couple of more things about trends. You're probably wondering, well, how are they figuring out whether something is trending? Like, what are they searching to tell them? Well, the sources that they use are obviously their products, as Google Search, YouTube, as well as Google News. You may want to go broader with that and go to other sources, but just be aware if you use trends that it's pretty much searching Google properties. And you heard the algorithm that she mentioned. I'm still not 100% clear on how the algorithm works. There's an explanation of it on the News Lab site. So one of the things you should know about trends is that it gets updated pretty frequently, like every 3 to 5 minutes they're refreshing it. They used to do it a lot less frequently, and we talked to some journalists who said, that's not useful for us, we need the latest stuff. So they're actually very responsive about that sort of thing and getting folks what they need. And this is what a trending search looks like. You search for a topic and this is scrolling through all the things that come up as trending. How people use this? Well, certainly to do things like this chart. She showed one example in the video, but this one is comparing people searching for measles versus flu. It's easy enough to generate. In fact, you can generate charts on trends and embed those into your stories. So if you don't, like me, you're not particularly gifted at drawing and art, this will generate some very nice looking graphics for you that you can use in various ways. I would also encourage you to subscribe to trends, sort of like alerts. I'm not gonna play this video, there's a little tutorial on it on NewsLab, but again, if you're tracking something that's trending, you want Google sending you updates, you know, when something becomes a big thing, that it's about to become big, and then it hits, you wanna know. And that's a resource for alerting you that it's actually trending. When you go to Google Trends, and those of you who are logged in across the top, you'll see sort of a carousel of topics. Those are curated by Google staff. They decided to highlight those at the top there. But you can certainly search for your own trends or just look at the trending list.
I have a quick question. In all
Sure.
those, sorry, on the curated list of trends,
Yes.
it's the same for everyone? It's not like customized to what you're searching? You know how like Facebook, they put up what they think you like?
No, it's what they think is interesting that day or that week.
But it's the same for any user?
Yes, it's the same for any user. Yeah, they're not looking at what you prefer to look at and then kind of, you know, filtering you. Although now they've heard that, maybe they'll switch up and do that. Yeah, to get the stuff that you really want, you can certainly search for it for yourself. So if you want to understand more about the data and trends and how it works, you know, as I said, there's a tutorial on NewsLab. You can also get the NewsLab by going to newslab.withgoogle.com. Multiple ways to get there, or just Google NewsLab. Just say, type in Google NewsLab and you get there. All right, what about maps? You guys make maps? Google Maps? Yeah, they're pretty ubiquitous. And I said to my students yesterday, you can't call yourself a multimedia journalist or a blogger if you don't know how to do a basic Google map, because they're, well, A, simple to use, and B, they're just a stock skill. It's just a stock skill they have. If you're doing breaking stories, obviously you need a quick turnaround. If you need to verify ground and you need to figure out what, you know, what a neighborhood or location looks like, it's a verification tool. Or if you need to check facts to see where certain buildings are located, you can do, you know, go to Street View for that. So there's a lot of uses for these types of maps. And once you did a basic Google search at maps.google.com, you'll see that there's a share or an embed button link there, which if you're writing a story, you just need, say there's a plane crash and you need a marker on this, the plane crashed here. You know, quickly type in that location, get the embed code and put it right into your story or link to it from within your text. You can also go to, this isn't it, but you can go to google.com/mymaps. I actually taught this last night in the meeting yesterday in my classes. Google has updated their My Maps feature, which allows you to essentially very easily create a map. In addition, it's gotten much easier to create maps using data. So when you create a My Map, you click an import link, and if you've got a Google spreadsheet or an Excel spreadsheet, it will pull those numbers and whatever the information is in that spreadsheet and plot it on your map. So if you've got 100 locations that you need to get onto a map, as long as you've got it properly formatted, you can connect it to that spreadsheet and it'll automatically generate it. It used to be a little tougher to do those kind of maps on this type of basic Google map, but they made it insanely easy, so I'm recommending that my students switch to that, because we've been using much more sophisticated stuff to do that, and it's not necessary anymore. Again, if you go to the NewsLab site, they've got a tutorial up on how to visualize data and how to create basic maps. All right, what about Google Translate? Does anybody use that at all? Yeah, Translate is one of those interesting things that sort of evolved over time, and it's actually, I think, gotten better over time. There's a couple of things you can do with it, and I shouldn't go to that first before I show this. There's some use cases for it. So let's say you're sending your students out to a Spanish-speaking neighborhood, or we have Chinatown, not that far from our campus, and they need to do some basic interviews. They can actually use Google Translate to talk to people, because it works with voice, as well as if there are signs up in a particular language, say at a polling place, you can actually hold up your phone and Google Translate will translate the text on that picture. Let me show you the video to give you a sense of how that works. This was done by Google employees recently.
Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Can you see how it's translated?
Now.
So if you used Translate in the past and weren't that happy with it, I would encourage you to try it again. We were out at Google headquarters that spring. The guy who was in the last frame there is a product manager for Translate, and he did a presentation and showed us this video, and I was actually blown because
Is it more accurate than it used to be?
I believe so. They've been continuing to develop it, and that's what he was saying. You know, people should take another look at it. They're very proud of what they've done. You know, obviously, you know, you've seen the video that they did, but as a tool for journalists, it can certainly be useful.
Or
So you
even
might-
for research, some people might research. I had a student here who was applying for he's considering applying for a Fulbright, and he's doing Japanese, so it could probably help him out.
And again, it's not going to be 100% word for word, you know, but it's going to give you enough of a sense to figure out what's being said or what's going on. Question?
Are you able to type in, let's say a whole like survey or something, like interview questions into Google Translate to have it translate, or is it like more so words?
No, I know what you mean. You're talking about kind of doing a, well, not transcription, but it's a conversion that you're talking about. No, it doesn't work at that level. I think you need a slightly more robust tool for something like that. Yeah, something basic, definitely. Okay, let's continue here. That doesn't want to work again. Okay, finally we're going to talk about search. Google's bread and butter, right? Everybody does this every day. Pretty much, we go to Google. Well, let's start with specialized search because you guys are scholars. Anybody use Google Scholar? Okay, what do you use it for? I should have known this audience would use Google Scholar. What do you use it for?
Research.
For research. Yeah. Yeah, it's, do any of you set up alerts for Google Scholar?
Yes.
Yes. That's one of the things that I wanted to mention to those of you who use it. You know, make sure, one, it's a tool where you can search, you know, knowledge papers, articles, books. You can save those searches, and you can set up alerts if you're tracking, you know, a particular topic, so it'll send you the latest research on whatever that topic is. So since you guys are so familiar with it, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time here, but you know, make sure that you're kind of using all the extras that it comes with.
Are you able to differentiate or pull out certain journal referee articles versus other articles?
Yes. That you're looking for, you can do that as well. Now, when it comes to general search, this is what most of us do. Snap a couple keywords in the box, cross our fingers and hit go. And hope that we got back something useful. Sometimes you do, depending on what it is that you're searching for, but, you know, you don't have to really do it that way because you can improve on this by using some of the advanced search options that come with Google search. Most people don't sort of delve into it at that level. What's an advanced search for you? Well, if you're looking for specific file types, I know some of you guys probably know this, but you can search for just PDFs. Or in my classes, when we're looking for data, to do data visualizations, you might be looking for spreadsheets, or you can search by Word documents. Google also, when you do a general search, it gives you what's called a blended results package. That might include a map and some statistics and pictures. That's called the Google Knowledge Graph. And here's an example of it. You've probably seen this when you've done a general search and you get this whole block of information over here. So when the San Bernardino shootings happened, you might have wanted to know what the population of that area was, and if you were going to call out there, you know, what's the area code. There's all kinds of information in here that can be useful to a journalist, you know, here quickly. There are also pictures in here and maps of, you know, if you're looking to see where a particular location is. So it's all, you know, kind of nicely packaged there, and that's part of what they call the knowledge graph. They actually built that specifically to be useful to people. Search refinements, I talked a little bit about those. I mentioned the one where you use, you know, cite, colon. And in this search, I'm specifically searching the LA Times. This is not a general search. I'm saying show me everything related to San Bernardino coming out of the New York Times. And again, if you are on deadline or, you know, you're teaching your students to do a beat, and they're supposed to, you know, track certain publications, that's hugely useful to be able to filter it that way. They should know how to do that. All right, here's another quiz question. Take a look at this search. What is this search going to return? What are the results going to be of this search? Or take a guess at what this would do.
They'll only include things that have Android in the web address.
Ding, ding, ding. Yes. In URL. We know what URL is, so we're saying to a search, but only look for sites that have the word Android in the web address, in the URL. That's also very useful if you're tracking, say, a company. Microsoft has a bazillion websites. If I want to nail it down to just all the Microsoft sites, rather than just searching general Microsoft, or if I want just their company sites versus other people talking about Microsoft, I can structure a search this way to get to their URLs. So that's the result on the right there. You can see that each one of these has the word Android in it. So what about if it says all in URL? Well, when you've got multiple search terms, you know, you're looking for all these words in the URL. So these will show up, you know, this would be Android, and then phones would be somewhere in here as well. Now, it works with the standard search operators. So if you want to exclude words or include words, I'm sure you guys are familiar with those. You know, the salsa recipe minus tomatoes is going to bring you back what? Mango salsa, pineapple salsa, anything with salsa with tomatoes in it. And you can do the reverse, obviously. You know, if you only want mango salsa, you do plus mango salsa. Searching by file type, also pretty simple. Sometimes when I'm looking for background on a particular topic, and I know people have done presentations on it, I will only search for PowerPoints if I want to see what people have been presenting on it. And people generously post their stuff, which I also post my stuff as well, because I believe in kind of sharing online. In this case, I'm searching for anybody who's done something in the Affordable Health Care Act, also known as Obamacare. And I'm only searching for PowerPoint. It works for PDF, or Excel spreadsheets, etc. And notice that there are no spaces in the search here, the search refinement. It's file type : and then PPT. There's no additional space there. That's one thing people sometimes make a mistake when they're trying to do that. So that's the results that I got back of, these are all PDF files. much coming from Health and Human Services, actually. All right, I want to kind of wrap up and take a couple of questions, but there's a couple of things I want to have you guys think about sort of going forward, and that you should have on your radar, particularly for your teaching. You've probably seen that, people are sort of starting to turn to doing 360 video, still pictures, virtual reality. I have a friend, Robert Hernandez at USC, who's kind of turned himself into the expert on virtual reality journalism. Equipment to do this kind of work can be really insanely pricey. This is a sort of a belt that has, a bunch of GoPros that are strapped on it at 360. I don't know about you guys, but I don't have a budget for that. We have a budget for other types of cameras, but not for doing something this high end. But that doesn't mean that you can't have your students involved in that world, that they can't be players in that. So for instance, if you use Google Street View app, which you can download for Android or iOS, all they have to do is, I don't know if you can see these, this orange dot here. You basically try and line up that orange dot with the white one, and you sort of go, you turn yourself around 360, like this, and you end up with not video, but a still photo that they can then add to a story to make it a little bit more interactive, because you're always looking to work on, user engagement with your stories. And a 360, a simple 360 photo, and in fact, sometimes I post up, people go, that's not 360, I was expecting it to move, you didn't post a movable picture, because people, I don't know, they think I'm always doing cutting edge stuff. I'm like, no, it's just a regular flat photo. But, anybody can do this. It's, the app is free. The barrier to entry is really low. And it takes you 5 minutes to teach your student how to do it. If they can line up these two dots, they can do a 360 picture. So don't think that just because you don't have a budget that you can't sort of play around with some of these more newer technologies. Now, let's say you're not able to do the higher end stuff. Well, Google actually makes available 360 views that you can download and use in stories. They're embeddable, so if you have a website, you can embed them. I put street views in quotes because this one happens to be the Great Barrier Reef. They're calling it street view because it's, you can pan around it. It's a street underwater, right? But there are a lot of other locations that if you search for embeddable 360 street views, you'll find all kinds of topics. So again, if you can't produce this stuff yourself, it's out there for your use or your students' use. And sorry. The other trend that I want to mention to you guys today, how many of you have noticed on Facebook that sometimes you'll see a story like in the New York Times and Washington Post, it has a little lightning bolt in the upper right? Does anybody notice the lightning bolt on stories? Yeah, that's called an accelerated mobile page, or AMP for short. Everybody's calling these AMP. As we know, there's been a big shift to people using mobile to access news and information. It certainly impacted our industry in a big way, and a lot of news sites have started to redesign their websites to look best on mobile. They pretty much don't care what it looks like on a desktop anymore. I'm really upset about the Boston Globe news site because I look at it on my desktop at work and it looks like crap. Sorry guys. I don't know why they're seeing this. But I have complained to this about the editor. I said to him, you guys have kind of dropped the desktop users. The experience on mobile phones has been mixed. If you have a lot of content in that story, and we're all trying to do multimedia, sometimes that story loads in your phone and it doesn't look anywhere near as good as it should. So, based on the fact that Google realized that they were getting more searches from mobile devices in 2015, last year, news organizations have seen their traffic spike in mobile. What they decided to work on was trying to speed up the mobile experience. And there's actually a number of players who are working in the same, it's not just Google, like other people working in this area. So the problem was that the mobile web was really slow, with these really cluttered sites, and the users weren't having a good experience. So accelerated mobile pages make use of a more streamlined scripting language. So if you look at you look at the average page like this, and you look at the code that's used to generate those pages, it's a lot, and the phone has to process all of that in order to display that story. Well, AMP strips that down to something that looks like this, which of course is gonna load faster than all this stuff. Keep this in mind, because going forward, if your students have a website like we do, like BU News Service, or any type of like news, if they're living any type of news story sort of frequently, you're gonna have to not just optimize that, you know, for to load quickly in a desktop, but you're gonna have to look at how to optimize it to load quickly on a phone. So the good news is, and actually this is a little animation of what it looks like for those stories to come up pretty quickly. Now Google actually also says that, you know, it gives publishers more control over the look and feel, the design of what their mobile sites look like. And on the business side, it supports, you know, the advertising formats that they use. So it's very user-friendly, you know, on both the content side and the business side. The good news about AMP is that if you have coders on staff who can help you implement it, fantastic. If you happen to use WordPress, there's a plugin. So we heard about this at Google headquarters. I practically did happy dance when that man said that. BU News Service is built on WordPress, and sometime this semester, we're gonna roll this out, because we've got people looking at our stuff, calling up our stories from Facebook, or from Twitter, you know, all kinds of social media. And we want that stuff to come in quickly and also to be formatted properly. So we're gonna roll out AMP on BU News Service. So it's something that we should be talking to our students about. They should be thinking about these issues, these design issues, these technical issues. Even if they don't do them themselves, they should know what AMP is, right? All right, I'm done yammering. Questions? Comments? Yes?
For Google Scholar, does it allow you to search by open access journals?
I actually don't know. But if you go there, you should take a look. There's a little help section. Did somebody say no? You don't know the answer? Okay. There's our answer. Other questions? How many of you use, yes?
No, one other thing I wanted to add about Google Scholar.
Yes.
Alerts is that when you publish an article, and that article is cited anywhere in the world, you can get the alert. It can actually tell you which country the person read that, and which journal.
Can you tell which country? Country, I don't know, but you certainly know which journal. Is it that you want to find things that are only from a particular country, from a region?
No, if the article was published in the journal, yes, of course you can get that journal.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's academia.edu. Academia.edu gives you the country, you're right. So it actually gives you the journal where the article was published, you're right.
We can get to that. Other questions? Has anybody seen any new Google stuff out there that you're interested in using?
My students are using Google Forms.
Google Forms. I didn't cover that, but they are pretty easy to make. I don't know if you guys have seen these, but I use these for a bunch of different purposes. Partly to sometimes gather feedback on different topics. Sometimes when we have our students apply for a program or something, we create a form. So if you go to New, and they're sort of hidden down here under this More link, and go to Forms, this will allow you to, and actually the form that you guys are going to fill out, the survey about today, is a Google form. So you do, was this session useful? And then, rather than multiple choice, you want to choose just a text box for a short answer.
Yeah, they use that to create their survey questionnaire. send to respondents or participants.
Yeah, that's also something that you might want to teach your students as well, you know, to sort of.
So Jamila, you can also tell us when you come to use Google Form.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a good discussion after.
Excellent, excellent.
When you do that, you know how you did like the questionnaire, does it pull all of the results like so like polls? You know,
It
or
puts
graphs?
them into, does it pull? Say it again?
Like it pulls it so you can see it in like a graph or like a chart.
Yes, let me show you one. It puts it actually, you can look at it two ways now. It puts it into a Google spreadsheet automatically, and then there's also sort of a list view in the new version. Let me see if I can find one. Show you what that looks like. It's up here somewhere. Yeah, okay.
We got about 1 more minute.
That's what the spreadsheet would look like. I have my students fill in, they track a new site every semester, I have them fill in which site they're tracking, give me the link to it and their name. Now, if this was data, I could take this data and create a chart with it.
Right.
Or, you know, a graph or something like that. Okay, we're out of time, so I want to do the survey. If you go to this address, tinyurl.com/spjgoogle, fill out the survey, and then come up here and give me your card or a piece of paper with your name and contact info. I will do a drawing after this and send you a $25 Starbucks card. So you got to play to win. So it's tinyurl.com/spjgoogle.
Any last questions for anybody?
All right, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. For you, anything.
Sharice Taylor here? Sharice, oh, I'm sorry, got the wrong person. Sharon Washington. Is that person here? How about Brittany Gatewood? There was supposed to be 2 more panels, but I don't see the panelists here. Is anybody here for a panel this afternoon? Oh, okay. What's your name?
Marianne.
Okay. All righty.
I'll be in the back if you want to give me your contact info for the drawing.
And you are this morning. Okay. So I'm supposed to do my partner.
Alrighty, so it looks like this is going to be the end of our sessions today. I want to thank everybody for coming. It was really great. I think there are some really good presentations, a lot of good opportunities to collaborate. We will be back here tomorrow starting at, starting at 8:30. Well, the first session starts at 9 a.m. So tomorrow we have a bunch of people, but one of our highlights is a double session with Sri Srivanasan, who's going to be talking about Teachers Masterclass in social media. So he'll be here tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, and for other people who will be coming later, who will come back at 5. So there'll be a kind of like an evening session with Sri. So I thank you all for coming. If you have any questions, my name is Ingrid Sturgis. I'm with Howard University Department of Media, Journalism, and Film in the School of Communications. And if you have any questions, just ask me. Thank you. So you just came for the, how did you hear about it? We're trying to build this class here, and we do have the presentation, but the publicized it is
I'm doing good too. You sitting there reaching out, taking notes. We're looking to, my field is public relations, advertising, and digital media. Like I've been to strategic communications and so a lot of my research has been in international media so far, and so with other research partners, different things. It like depends. Some things are fun, like looking at the analysis or media campaigns.
We'll be here again tomorrow.
I mean, it's like a little bit fun, but like we are about to look at mobile technology.
And he's so the chief.
When you say international, where are you focusing?
So my general area is Caribbean and Latin America. But generally, if I find an area interesting to me for that, usually still focusing on African.
Okay. Yeah, my area is, I've been working in the mobile learning area for a while. I work in my local area. So when I hear somebody speak, say something, I thought research my curiosity to speak to me. It was just, it was good to hear people a lot more about that. At least it's hard to really because it's so
Yeah, I was listening closely to yours because of the social media aspect of it, but looking at it through how these and began to and I thought, so like I thought it was really interesting when you talk about how like say on Twitter chats, they're being used as some pictures to add. Exactly right. Thanks a lot. I have a friend who does that. He's been doing it for about 3 years now, and it works really well for him. It's like social activism. And so it's been like paying attention to this, and so we talk about there's a use for it, a market for it.
So you use social media?
And it's like you said, we're in the middle of it. So sometimes we don't even have the answers yet, but that's what we're doing. We're researching.
Exactly.
And sometimes you get the answer and then it changes. But I think that's what's so exciting and cool about it, right?
Kind of thing. Research. Yeah.
Presented so much.
So at one point when I never visited, I was like, how am I gonna use all of those? Now I'm like,
Now, right?
oh, they just
Oh, gosh. My card.
Did I give you one?
I do, yes.
Yeah, let's connect them and stuff because our work definitely has intersection.
yeah. So yeah, let's take communication.
Thank you.
All right.
And you're gonna go back to Oklahoma today, tomorrow?
No, no, I'm going back Sunday.
Oh, good. So you have a little guy.
Go back, I see.
Well, Sunday is the right
Sunday.
time, but
Okay.
how about you?
We go back tomorrow.
So it's like, what can I learn today? And even she told us some things about Google that I wasn't aware of. I mean, just to translate, I had given up on translate. I said, I would translate. And then my students, I tried to start a social media post, but I think they just don't. I think I'm the wrong demographic. For my students. So, well, you know, when I first started, like I said, I started here in 2008, there were a lot of interest, but as social media became more prevalent, students felt that they needed more, right? And they needed to have a club, right? Which I thought was kind of like,
It's just like, they talk about online, offline, connecting both, like, so I learned so much from Nicole all the time. She's like, dude, I didn't know that. Yeah.
yeah, because it's changing so fast. I mean, like every 2-3 months, there's something new,
Right.
you know, so, yeah. All right, great.
Oh, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. All right, take care.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, oh, great. I love it. Some more presenters tomorrow, some really good ones. Oh, I forgot to get a t-shirt. Thank you. Oh, you will? I'm so happy. Yeah, it'll be good tomorrow too. So what do you have a takeaway, something that you came to get, that you got, or did you look at anything?
Definitely. Okay, so he's gonna come back and get it?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, but he probably doesn't want to leave it over here at night because we have, other than the guard leaves at 12. So something like that. But we don't, we wouldn't be liable
I
for it.
started in 2008 here at Howard. Tenure track. My specialty was
Okay.
social, what wasn't really social media, my specialty was digital journalism, so I worked for Essence.com. And so then social media just took over, and then I said, somebody said social media, everybody said it was news, I said, okay. But there was nobody here. They told me that when you have research, how could that be? And that's what I had to do. So yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Now, you know, you can.
All right, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be here for late to the evening. So everything is, went fine today?
Yeah. All right, the building manager want to talk to you now.
Hi, so you're gonna come back and get it sometime today? You wanna leave it? Okay. No, it doesn't lock up, no. Yeah, he's there until midnight. But I can move it to another room and lock it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Because we thought the room could be locked. But
So you need to turn it off, and because the thing is still on, you know. All right, let's just shut it down like this.
okay.
All right, you know how to do it. You guys are.
Well, yeah, we can turn it off.
I took that last semester, because they talk about loving the job. She, oh, let me give her a t-shirt.